I'm sorry, Jordan. I didn't realize you could play sounds during the intro. Oh, God.
Welcome to A Line in the Stars. That's my ass, and I'm Jordan.
Oh, my God. Now, to be fair, we've been laughing for the last, 5 minutes before the stream started. It just keeps getting better. Okay. Woo! I need a breath. Okay.
Oh, man. Oh. All right, so oh man. I'm glad that this is working because oh my God. It seems that I'm having some oh, Ken, I'm gonna need to rely on you for chat. For whatever reason, I am having some issues. Like, I can't move my mouse, and I wonder. Yeah.
Do you want me to make you working? Do you want to make you a Dockyards overlay? You can use that inside StreamYard. You don't really need OBS. You just can't do the picture-in-picture.
So we'll stick with this for now. Like, I'll rely on you for chat for a little bit. We'll just stick with that. I basically my mouse is stuck, and for whatever reason, I had to reset OBS during the intro while I was dying. Dude, I cannot believe the final countdown. Yeah,
I have some like this.
It's the final.
Thanks, Eric.
Oh my God! It chased.
I didn't know if people could hear that during the intro. That was fantastic.
The first time I heard it, I just started dying. That was it. I was done.
Oh God. Hey, Stephen Haynes.
Welcome. Stephen.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, we're all here for high quality content, and
yeah.
I aim to please. So after stream last night, I found the clip. Like, I found I went through and took a minute to find the moment so I can put it in the annotations down below in the video. And in the process, I probably listened to that fart way too many times. I may have shared it way too many times.
Yeah, well, so I clipped it, normalized it so it made it louder, and put it uploaded it to your StreamYard. So now you can click it anytime you want.
So, I normally I'd be able to, but just. Oh, amazing. So today
sorry.
Dude, no, it's fine. It's just gonna kill me all day. This is so good.
Jordan has been broken for like 10 minutes.
Straight. Just okay. So obviously today something was aimed. Yeah. Jesus. Woo. The name of the video today, obviously we're going to be unboxing the Saturn 3 when it arrives. I'm super excited about that and all the possibilities. We're going to talk about that. I need to download Lychee and what is it? Chudu Box? Is that how it's pronounced?
Who knows how that's pronounced? I always thought it was Cheeto Box, but
Like Kaidu Box or Chudu Box. I don't know, but I need to download those and got to do a test print. Got to try all that out. As you can see behind me, if I move my fat head, got a gallon and a half of IPA back there. Walmart, good deal. It was like $20 for a gallon and a half. It's not too bad. But I'm still waiting for UPS to arrive. So they said between 2 and 6, and we're right in between. I could take a look at tracking on my phone, but we'll check here in a little bit. I'm not too worried about it. I have a fear. Chili night? No, it's taco night. And
what made up that off gassing yesterday? What was that powered by?
An ultimate pepperoni pizza.
Excellent.
Yep. So double pepperoni, 1.5 times cheese, and then provolone. And
if you listen to the stream, the Vulcan stream yesterday, he's like, I don't know why I had so much gas. Like I got up this morning and I had a 15-second fart.
It's true. It's true. Man. And what was funny is like I was muting myself, like as it was like going on, like this was happening for a minute, and yeah, I was muting myself, and then I stopped muting myself, and so I kind of felt bad a little bit. Now, this is, I guess, in a way, payback for Ian farting on me at Wonderfest during the stream.
No, not even close.
No, not quite, but this is the beginning of that. And so, like, he was presenting out, like we're saying, you know, what we've done or whatever, and like he had maybe 1.5 sentence in, and I just let loose the fury. And I'm like, when it happened, I'm like, you think they heard that? And then you go, what the hell was that?
Mm-hmm. I thought it was Ian. Dash says it rattled the speakers in his truck.
I know. Just, you know?
Yeah.
I've always wanted my own soundboard, and this is like
hey, nobody can ding you for a copyright strike, right? It's your sound. It's original. You made it.
They're like, no, that sounds like a Celine Dion song. Yep. So I've just been laughing nonstop for like 15 minutes. It's pretty awesome. So yeah. Whoo. Oh, Eric, yep. 2.1 magnitude quake last night in southern Michigan. Now we know the cause. It's true. It's a poo story.
Wow. And here's the fun.
Oh, I checked myself out, but this is my stream, so it's fine. But otherwise, while we wait for that to show up, a couple things. Don't like. I have a bunch of Falcons to paint tomorrow, which is going to be pretty cool. I imagine I'll be painting them on stream tomorrow night as well. Jesus Christ. Eric, that's pretty funny. It's true. it's true. At least Ian's we're like, he's trying to like cover it up by talking. No, I just cover up his talking with my ass.
I like how you was talking to do it.
What's that?
I said I like how you were waiting until he was talking before you did it.
Me too. Jesus. Whew. So anyway, as I was saying, while we're waiting for that to arrive, the MPC Falcon still needs to be finished, but it's pretty much well done. I think I'm actually at a point now where I can just go take it outside and paint it. So didn't really want to work on it today. I was recording tomorrow's episode of the Enterprise D, and I realized that I don't know, somewhere along the way, I lost the wire that bridges between the two PCBs. So I'm going to quickly create one of those real fast, and then work on some other things and see when the 3D printer arrives, and then we'll just kind of play around with that. But otherwise, yeah, hanging out. That's kind of the name of the game today. Got a couple special announcements as well. Well, not a couple, just one. And we'll talk about that as soon as we are done doing this. So what am I doing right now? Laughing at the sound that Todd can make. And then there's one right below that too, actually, Buck. There's the why is my mouse frozen? This is lovely. But yeah, so I also have an O shaving cream from Buck. Don't ask, it's explosive. Very true. Yeah, so working on I'm going to create a small JST connector between the two bits of the saucer. So I'll go ahead and show you that real fast. So I went in and installed the second PCB this morning. And there is a JST that hooks from here to here. I have no idea what to do with it. No clue whatsoever.
Look how pretty your wiring is.
I was following this guy. He's got this website. It's pretty awesome. I still need to kind of clean up through here, so I was probably going to do that actually while I got this up here. I was worried for a minute there because I was connecting a bunch of these over here, and I had a brief panic moment today. I was like, because I had taken all of these apart and reassembled everything, and there was a couple of wires that were just a little short, but I realized that I had plugged them in over here and they didn't need to be over there. So you did a great job of like taking their instructions. I took a look at the instructions that they sent, but you did a much better job of, like, as always, of describing how to lay these down, because getting all of these wires through here, I like how it says, you just do it in whatever order. So
Shaving cream.
There you go, Buck. So what I want to do is basically finish getting these tidied up a little bit with a few more cable ties, and then I want to just create a small JST connection back between the two there, so I can power it up, see all the lights in action, and we'll go from there. Otherwise, today, waiting for the 3D printer to arrive, and so the front door is just like right on the other side of the entry right over there. And let's take a look at my phone, because my computer is frozen, but it is still working, so I can't really see chat. I'm relying on Todd to be able to take care of chat for me, so we'll see. Hopefully I don't get kicked out of the stream. That's what my fear is right now. So, track. Come on now. All right, still saying it's out for delivery. So, let's go ahead and let's start building. First thing, wake up the soldering iron. And I need... Oh.
Well, one camera froze. Uh-oh.
I didn't die completely, did I?
No. The top camera still works.
Yeah, the face camera's up. So you know what? That goes bye bye. There we go. Can I see chat now? I also can see chat now. Very weird.
Good
Hey,
job.
Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew got here.
Sweet. So let's go ahead. I wonder what that was all about. Very strange. I think I've overtaxed my USB ports. I'll just say that. I pulled one of the cables.
Have not replaced that yet, because that has caused you other problems.
No, I know. I did remove one of the cameras from that, but for whatever reason, I'm having some issues. I need to replace the computer, really. I just need to be able to support USB connection. So that seems to be the issue. I get this message saying this USB hub doesn't have enough bandwidth or something like that to support it. So, yeah, odd. But I did take one of the cameras off. But so what I need to do real quick, keep getting off subject. Need to get the in and out.
His the good microphone goes through that same USB hub, so it could just be dying or something.
Are we having? Does it still sound like crap?
You sound like you're using a different mic, not your good mic.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at my audio settings. Yeah, that would explain all that.
How's that?
That's better.
Okay. All right. I got this weekend off, so I'm going to figure all this out. Probably need to do a reset on the computer or something like that. But the computer is probably in order. So what I need to do is just create a small connection just right between here. So we have the in and out on this wire or on this PCB, and then we need to connect it right up to right here. So just a small connection, likely just about that long. So
Andrew needs to know why he should run.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
That's why, Andrew.
It's too good. Too good. All right, let's go ahead and set the saucer off to the side real quick. And what we're going to do is I kind of butchered this connection over here when I was trying to do something on the last stream. Did I break your internet too, Buck? That's not good.
Andrew doesn't understand this. Andrew doesn't understand the story.
Oh.
You have to tell him what happened.
On a stream last night, at the very end, while we were presenting what we had done for the day, Ian was in the middle of talking and had just gotten started talking, and so did my ass. So Todd has isolated that sound.
Yep.
Yep.
And so loud on stream, I'm like, oh, I can get that in an MP3.
Yep. And now it is a sound file that we can press anytime that we want.
Yep. Jordan his own little soundboard.
Yep. Exactly, yep. Andrew.
Buck says, based on the sound of that, Jordan got close to the mic and the mic might have gone on strike. Wouldn't you?
What's funny is the mic was at least a good 2 to 3 feet away with active noise cancellation going on. So yeah, it was loud, and I did not laugh at that constantly for hours. Okay, guys, I swear I did not laugh at that for like all of last night and today, and the stream so far. I am such a child. All right. Go ahead and use our OmniFixos, and I swear I am not going to burn myself, and I just cursed it. So I know it. I know it. We
Here
are
comes
going
the
to go
burn.
ahead. What's that?
I said, here comes the burn. You know, if you turn those around and made it so the yes,
Easier for me to work on. Yeah, no, you told me that last
then the
time. And
stamps won't be in the way.
yeah, there's that. Use the OmniFixos for what they're actually really great for. Close in work. Yeah. Man, this is so nice.
Yeah, Buck. He says, so wait, so Jordan broke himself? Yes, he did.
Oh, dude, yeah, like the just like literally during the intro, like the final countdown, Todd figured out that you can actually play sounds over that.
Uh-huh.
And so when the stream started, I was done. I was laughing very, very hard.
Yeah, it started with him coming apart. So
Yep. Yep. No cold soldering. No cold soldering.
Andrew says, I was planning on joining the stream tomorrow night after the kids go to bed, but this is when I'm here all night. Oh, no. Maybe once.
No. No. And that's the first time I've done that. So let's.
That's why you can
Pray
make a
that
big
that's
deal
the
out of it because, you know, it's Jordan. Jordan doesn't do that.
No.
Ken's like, can you make
Coffee.
a walking sound using, you probably could, yeah. You may also hear it. Yep. Ian said he would be there.
Yep.
So.
Yep. The sound of a walking farts is up. What was that? That
Yes.
sort of sound.
That sound.
High quality content. Why is this having such a difficult time? Oh, I see. Because they're not touching. Huh. Funny that. I actually do the thing where you mesh the wires together. There we go. There we go. Very true.
Yeah, he might respect you too much, Andrew.
It's true.
I don't know how you got that in while Ian was talking, like in between words, that I could pull it out. I'm like, how'd you do that?
It was like perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Why is this having such a problem? There we go. Just got to get hot enough, Jordan. There you go. Sweet. And did I think about...
You can't be on at the same time.
There's also that. Very true. Todd, question. Do you think the reason a lot of the people have issues with the PCB boards on the Enterprise D is because of that thing that I experienced today where you block off the traces?
What do you mean block off?
Like using the electrical tape to block off like where the screws go in to near the trace.
Oh yeah, well it's mostly the second PCB. They put a trace really close to the screw hole, and so what'll happen is there'll be situations where you're holding it and you're doing something and everything's working, and then you'll flex it a certain way, and all of a sudden the whole ship goes dark.
Oof. So that's why it's that specific. Like those
I'm pretty sure that's what's doing. Yeah. So I just told people, I said, don't put that screw in, because that way the screw head is what contacts the trace. I said, just don't put the screw in. Ken says, I thought it was Ian at first. We all did. I thought it was Ian. Skull said he thought it was
when Ian's like, what did I do?
Yeah, he's like, what are you talking about?
Yep. He would have claimed that. I was proud. There we go. Get hot enough, be patient. There we go. Come on. Where'd that go? Nope. I need to do a lot of practicing. I fear that a lot of my models that I have built are eventually the wiring is just going to die.
Well, a lot of times what I'll do is I will tin the ends of those first. The end wires, I will tin them first, just put a little solder on them first, and then just bring them together. And then when you solder both of them, the solder just melts between the two.
I see.
And the tinning only works if it's smoking, right? So the rosin burns off really fast. So you gotta do solder every time you're tinning. You try to use the little ball that's in your iron, it doesn't work very well.
Got it.
Buck says there was a disturbance in the forest last night. Yeah.
Yep. Very true.
So the air dryer might be hotter. Well, don't you have it set to like 700?
750.
Yeah. That's hot. Buck says like millions of entities cried out in anguish. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Canadian says what Todd just said. Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to twist the wires together, I usually just tin the ends. I always tin the ends because that embeds solder into the wires. So
apparently, I need to.
Uh-oh. Can you not hear me?
Apparently, I need to do some things on my computer fixed. There we go.
I don't think Jordan can hear me.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep. I need to do something about this. Spend some time tonight after stream kind of messing around with that. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay. Now, as I didn't get a wire connector on that, let's go ahead. Or not a wire connector, but a shrink wrap.
Yeah, another thing that I tend to do, just for future reference, is cut the wires at different lengths so the joint is at different points in the wire. Oh. That way it keeps it from getting too thick in that one particular area. It helps when you maybe have to run wires into small places or something like that. And there's no way for the two to short, right?
Oh, that makes total sense to me.
So if like that tape you're about to put on came off, the bare wire wouldn't be next to each other. They'd be a centimeter apart.
Right. So just cut it like offset like that. Makes total sense. All right. Love it. Great tip. Thank you.
Ken says you guys live at different altitudes, so Jordan needs to make it a little hotter. That's true. He's well, it's not even, we're at different attitudes or latitudes, maybe. We're definitely at different latitudes.
Yeah.
And then Ken says, no, because him and I are probably very close in altitude.
Yep.
Like
probably about 20, 30 feet above sea level here.
Yeah, in Phoenix, I'm actually higher up than you are. Phoenix is like 1,400 or 1,100 or something.
Right.
Andrew says, and that too, offsetting the wires. Yep, was key with all the wires coming out of the E. Yeah, it's I try to do it everywhere I can because otherwise you end up with this big wad of all your joints in the same place.
I have run into that so many times, and I've wondered if there's a better solution for that.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And I just like what I'll do is if I have to put for example, if I have to put a resistor in line, I'll cut that wire shorter the length of the resistor, so the ends of the wires end up being the same. Right, you don't have all that extra wire. You're trying to run the wires together, and you have an extra piece because it's one wire is longer than the other now, etc.
Right. No, that makes total sense. I like it. Great tip. Thank you. No, I don't want to do that. They're fine. So, give me all the soldering I need to do for right now. Let's bring the saucer back. Set her down. And run our wire in between. I realized it right at right at the very beginning of recording, and I looked around for forever and I just couldn't find it today. Tucked off to the side. Now, haven't installed the power mod here yet, so let's just go ahead and connect up right here. I do have the wires for it.
Jet, hey Jet, welcome. Jet says, here's a friendly greeting for you for Dockyards live stream. Hey, Dockyards crew. Hope everyone's doing well today.
Nice. You can also do what I did and just laugh hysterically as soon as the stream starts.
Yeah, we broke him early on, Jet. You'll have to go back.
Oh, buddy. All right. Did I connect into the wrong one? Yes, I did. I had a brief brown pants moment there for a second. I was like, oh. And I shorted out. Oh. Go and turn her over. Hold the battery pack. Oh my God. This thing gets ungainly at a certain point.
Uh-huh.
And we're at that point.
You know, you have a power supply. You could just not use that battery pack anymore.
No, I know. I don't know where I put that wire right now. It's in one of the many boxes spread throughout. But
no, just take one of your plugs. You have plugs, pre-wired plugs. Just take one of those and plug it into the battery port and just connect power up to it when you need it. That's what I did for the longest time.
Very good point. So why don't we just do that then?
Yeah, just plug a pigtail in there and you can hook your power supply to it anytime you need it. Just
just put 5 volts right into it. Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful. I will do that instead. Because the problem with the battery pack is like it's just not enough power. Like it does not power it nearly enough.
It doesn't have enough amps.
No.
Volts are there. It doesn't have amps.
All right. Just pulling off the leads a little bit so I have some room to grip. Tuck this in. There we go. Power supply. Picked up some UV bulbs, some 3mm UV, so I'm going to be playing around with that this weekend. I need to get some neon paint. Saw Ian do that with his Warhammer thing, and I really like that idea for doing the cockpit, the Falcon, or in the Razor Crest.
Yeah, and I said, man, if you could embed some lights in there somehow.
Yep. So much freaking brighter too. My God.
Yep.
Much brighter.
Yep.
Wow.
It'll expose the leaks even more. I see a couple there on the right.
Yeah, I haven't done any work over on this side over yet. All my light blocking is taken care of up through basically the forward half.
No, I see one coming through the joint.
Where
right at the joint of the outer ones at about the 10 o'clock position between the outer rim and the right. Nope, next one down, out, that one, that intersection right there. I can see light coming through there.
All right, perfect. So I will show you how I handle that, because I'm kind of handling the light blocking just a little bit differently than you.
Yeah.
Got nothing better to do while we're waiting. So,
that's right.
Where is our oohoo? Oohoo! Thanks, Jet. This model's a bit of a beast, but the results are there when, when it's lit up like this, it's what makes it 100% worth it. So what I do for that, I can see it right here, and so right there. So what I've been doing is I just get a tiny, tiny, tiny little piece, and maybe even a little bit smaller than that. And I'm actually seeing right through here as well. Pick up a little bit of that light leak there and there. So what I will do for this one right there is I'm going to grab the tool that was given for Kit in the carpets.
Spudger. It's a spudger.
It's a spudger, exactly.
Spudger tool. I keep those because they're so handy.
Oh yeah.
Because Mike Lane sends them out with a lot of his kits. So, Andrew would like to know: Are you enjoying building this little kit?
I am building. I really am enjoying
it on purpose.
Yes. Yeah. No, I really actually do enjoy building this kit quite a bit. So what I do is I just find that spot right down into the panel, right from the top.
Yep. That honestly, that was my plan originally. That's why I started using the gray.
Yeah.
Because it blends in so the panel lines that I'm like, I wonder if you could just poke this in through the top and just tear it off. Like, would you?
Yep.
You'll never see it. Because even though mine's all put together, there's still some little gaps, and that's what I planned on doing.
Yep. This works gloriously.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, because of the gray, it just blends right in. Just like so. So
Ken says, hit that thumbs up button, everybody. Yes, even you, Eric, because he's not financially responsible for Jordan's button. That's right. You can break it.
Yeah, Eric, if you want to like really massage that thing and get some child support payments, not a problem, man. Not a problem. Yeah, so just kind of grab little bits of it and just shove it in. I just use the camera to find it and put it through. This is such a nice, and if it doesn't work, you take it out. It doesn't leave any residue behind.
Yep. You can do as little or as much as you want.
I got some random number from some random area code texting me saying, "Hey, hello."
Oh, it gets those all the time. You just don't answer.
Nope. All right, so that took care of that. Very nice.
Yep, there you go.
Let's take care of some of the stuff over here then.
Buck says smash. Oh, Buck broke the button. You beat Eric to it.
Thanks, guys. Oh man, I'm glad I did this because this is so much brighter than what the batteries could offer. Beautiful.
Yeah, and they're only the brightest they're ever going to be is when you first put them in, and they're just constantly dying.
So this thing's a bit of a beast when it comes to amps, isn't it?
Even the stock lighting is a lot.
So not the entire, this is not even the entire top panel of the LED or for the saucer. I'm already pulling 1.15 amps.
Yeah, I think I remember correctly, but I think even basically Ian's doing the stock build, and I think he was approaching 2 for the saucer.
Wow.
With the top and the bottom and everything. Yep. And pulling 2 amps. I mean, what is a AA battery good for? 600 milliamp hours. You know what I mean?
Right.
Trying to pull 2, and that's why there's 2 battery packs. It's the same 4.5 volts. It's just that there's 2 battery packs to provide enough amps to last longer than half a day.
Insanity.
And it doesn't even last a day, because when they had the Enterprise on display at a Comic-Con, and there's pictures of Ben Robinson changing the batteries midway through the show.
Oh, it's kind of telling, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It should have had central power. There's no doubt about it. They could have skipped all these battery packs. They could have skipped all this stuff, and they should have just put in central power.
Well, and considering how easy it is to actually do the central power, it's really not that hard. You just got to take the time and trust that people, when they're building these models, they're not what's the word for it? If you're going to be handling these electronics, you're only going to subscribe to this model really if you can handle it, and so I say that, but that's just not true. That's just not
I
true.
mean, I just don't understand it, because
Yeah.
they could have skipped all of the battery packs and just had one plug,
Yep.
going into the saucer, and they never gave you a way to display the saucer separately. So how often?
No, and I guess that's the question then. Do you think that it was the battery packs because of the separatable saucer?
Yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
But there's no reason they couldn't have added a route for the wiring up to the nacelles, and the nacelles are
Right.
removable. Great, put a plug there.
Yeah, and having
mean,
CR2032s in the nacelles is not good.
Yeah, it didn't have to be a situation where you needed to have, like little pins on the bottom of the sauce on the nacelles that fit into little sockets or something. It could have just been a regular old GST plug. People would have been perfectly happy.
Right, exactly.
I think they didn't know their audience very well when they were designing it.
No.
And I know Ben likes to think he's like the end all be all, because he wrote a ton of the fact files and stuff for Star Trek. But when it comes to like designing a model, I don't know that he was the right person.
No, he wasn't.
There's too many oops and gotchas and mistakes and corner cuts, like spring-loaded, the spring-loaded phaser strips, which I'm pretty sure were meant to be switches at some point.
Question. I'm not going to be able to do that up on the top of the two that are on top of the Cobra head, because I already got that sealed up. But are the ones at the back, the phaser strips at the rear end of the engineering section, are those also the same type of connection, the same thing?
Yep.
Okay. So when I get there, those are going to become buttons.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I even bought a whole box of little different buttons, just like from who's the company that we always buy our resistors from? Oh God, it's drawing a blank right now. But anyway, I bought a whole bunch of these little micro switches, and I'm like, I'm going to put them inside obviously they were meant to be, because of the locations too. Think about it. There's one on each nacelle pylon. There's two on the back of the engineering section, right? There's two on the back of the neck, on the top of the Cobra head. Like all these places where these spring-loaded phasers were, you're like, I kind of think you meant to do something with that. And I think they ran out of money.
Yeah.
They didn't have the budget to do all that, put all that wiring and switches in.
Bit of a shame. It really is. And the thing that's really a shame about it is, like, there's an opportunity here. Like, they have the Star Trek license, right? So they could do other models. But because of the reputation of this one and how difficult it is to build, like, do you think they're ever going to do one of these again?
Oh, they were working on the Titan. They were going to do another part work. I don't know if it doesn't matter now because they canceled it. But
right,
because of the success with the car and all that kind of jazz, I think they were going to do another one and maybe hopefully learn from their lessons. But yeah, there's a lot of things, like even like what Andrew says here, the unforgivable issues, like the secondary hull issues being all wonky. I agree.
Yeah.
There's so many little places. The 3 indentations on the top of the nacelle fronts. What happened? And I even called those out, and when I interviewed Ben Robinson, and he said that they were there on the first design. Now this got redesigned, right? Because the first iteration of it had no rim edge. It was just a square edge with no window, nothing. It was
no sensor band, no nothing like that.
No, nothing. Right? And they took it to the drawing board. And when they redesigned it, he says they took those out for whatever reason, and he didn't catch it, and it went to production. They were there in the first edition, the first version, and then they got removed by the time this version got made. I don't know why. Ken says, but with central power, how can you run around your house with the house lights out while you make phaser sounds? You put a USB power brick in your pocket.
Very good point.
There is no excuse.
No.
There's no excuse. And especially now, I mean, there's power banks and all sorts of stuff that can easily put out 5 volts, 2 amps. That's just fast charging.
Yeah.
They could have done
it. Ken.
No, I can absolutely picture him making sounds.
Yeah.
Because I do it. I do it on the stream all the time. As soon as I started working on the Falcon, I'm like, oh, trench run.
Yep.
Donnie, no, it has not arrived yet. You have not missed anything. Hi, Donnie.
Oh, so let me double check. Double check to see.
If you just had a window right in front of you, you could see your front door.
I know. The problem is, like, where I'm sitting, I can't. Please be here. That'd be cool if it was. Hold on one sec. Oh, no.
Sorry, there's been a delay in your package. It will be delivered tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the driver was trying to get a hold of me. I got a couple of random weird texts just a couple minutes ago.
Oh.
But yeah, actually, that is true. It's please select correct my address. Oh boy. Come on, UPS. Sorry, one sec. I got to handle this.
Yeah. Do what you got to do.
Oh, where did they? Oh my goodness. Nope, that was definitely not UPS that was texting me. That was someone else. Very interesting. Okay. Street name. Wow. What happened? Oh man, I really hope this arrives now.
Are they lost?
Confirm address. Okay, so it's letting me know I had to correct my address in the system. For some reason, it was delivering to my previous address. Lovely.
Oh, then it's definitely on the wrong truck.
Uh,
Hopefully he decides to make a little detour.
yeah, I hope so too. Okay, hold on. Now that I've done that, I just got a positive note. The truck is, I don't know. Lovely. Well, we may not be getting a 3D printer right now. We'll see. And okay, so I had to submit a request to like, for whatever reason my address was put in incorrectly. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not too worried about it. Like the UPS has the package. It's not like it was misdelivered or something like that. So
Yep.
so all right. Now let's see here. Where was I? Oh yes. Finishing up a little light blocking. Okay. Another message.
You should be like, bro, I'm streaming live right now, waiting for this package.
Yeah, seriously, like.
Bye, Ken. Say bye, Ken.
Good night, Ken. Oh, he's saying good night. He's saying just kidding. Oh, okay. So they're just keeping me informed about the status of the package right now. It's likely at this point tomorrow.
These driver texts back.
No,
Oh, you watched it.
Ah.
Oh, Illinois.
Oh, God. Well, we'll see. They have like another hour or two in the window still, so we'll see. A little frustrating, but it is what it is. So, all right. Do we see any more light leaks? And I'm not seeing.
I don't see anything. You got the ones I saw. Uh-oh. Is
Very
there one up
nice.
there? Oh.
Right
Yeah, don't worry about the ones. Yeah, don't worry about those. Yeah, because it'll pull those down when you build up lower.
The outer ring, yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, sweet.
And that's another thing too, is using the putty. It's flexible, right? So as you close up things, it should go with it. So.
Yep. One of the things that like you had done is you like laid it down in between each panel, and I had done that, but it turns into like pretty tedious work.
Oh God, it's insane because I didn't know if I'd be able to do it from outside. So
right.
I kind of went overboard.
But it works, and both approaches work. Like the electrical tape over here, because of that giant gap that exists. That was a great catch on your part. And then I was at that part today on this panel where you had to remove the LED from this panel because the instructions had it routed wrong. And in order to remove the LED from this panel, you needed to remove this panel, which means you needed to remove this panel.
Mm-hmm.
My recording was just like a 2-hour recording this morning for probably what's going to be a 30-minute episode. It was just brutal. So a little frustrating, but yeah, that's this model. And that's the thing, like that's what we kind of have to accept with it, right? You know, I mean, it is what it is. And Ken, yeah, it does suck. Once again, I have a 4-day weekend coming up. I really what I wanted to do was unpackage it on stream just because it'd be cool. And I want to share that really cool thing with you. And we'll still talk about it. I'll download Lychee and Shidu Box or Kaidu Box or whatever it's called, Chidu Box, on stream or whatever. But you know, once again, like I was hoping for that, but I still am waiting for the wash and cure station to come from Dave. It is on its way, but you know, these packages are like weigh 30-40 pounds. And so they have to ship it ground, and so it just takes forever to get here from Pennsylvania. So yeah, Buck. Yep. When I did this, now I think I think I would have built this model regardless if I had known, but this is my first part work, and I had no idea about anything that had to do with, you know, like part works and how much of a pain in the ass this model is. And to be honest, it's taught me quite a bit. You know, there's quite a few things that I've learned from doing this, and patience being among the many things. One of the things I was thinking today and just kind of fantasizing about, and I know that there's a couple guys out there that do that, the phaser strips that move and do the Andrew Enterprise E thing, and I'm kind of considering it. We'll see. Something that's on my mind. So, hey Don.
Hey Don, welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, there's somebody, I saw somebody on the forums that literally was grinding out that channel.
Yeah.
The channel.
So I saw that too.
Yeah, he broke a bit doing it. You know, I mean, it was just, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's worth it.
No, and that's the thing, because like this trench is not deep enough to be able to accept like the addressable LEDs, and so really like addressable cobs maybe might work, but even then the wiring on that would be insane. So I've thought about it, and just once again, it's one of those things where like I'm already biting off a lot on this model with all the different mods. Coming up, we got the nacelle. We're going to be finishing up the right side, or the what is it? The port side nacelle is the one we start with, or is it the starboard?
Uh,
I think it's the
Port.
starboard. Port.
Is
It is the port. You're right. So we get the. I started getting the parts for the port side nacelle. We're going to be doing that mod and then the bridge mod. I've decided that how I'm going to handle the windows on the bridge or the same way that I did on the neck, and I'm just going to be using the micro crystal clear for the windows on that.
well, you could use Andrew's new way.
His new way.
His new way of making windows by putting resin between two microscope slides.
Oh yeah.
Make yourself a little window thing. I mean, for the back windows, I guess, but they're pretty small. I just use the stock things and sanded them down.
Yeah. I might have to think about that. I'm surprised I forgot about that too. Yeah. Something to think about. But those two are the next mods coming up. So we have the bridge mod, and then the nacelle mod finishing that up. So yeah, but I just wanted to get this one started and finished up for today, which is pretty cool. And thanks for the tip on using the excuse me.
And if you take one of those and cut one of those wires shorter, you won't bump the power leads into each other. Doing that offset again.
Doing that right now.
Just cut off like a centimeter, restrip it, and that way they won't bump into each other nearly as often.
Yep. Let's grab Steve. Nope. There we go. And let's get our overhead back on. Go. All right. So I'm going to check on the status on that here in just a minute. At this point, it's likely that not getting that package today, and that's totally fine. I'm not worried about it. As I cry.
Andrew,
all right. So it is an awesome idea. I was like, wait, what awesome new idea? And I had to think about what was going on there for a second. Yeah, it is actually. Also, like I'm nowhere. I've never 3D printed anything, but there's also consideration for like 3D printing parts for this too, if possible. I don't even know if it's like within the realm of possibility for me right now, but I got a steep learning curve to get through. But yeah, looking forward to it. Really looking forward to 3D printing. Let's see if my face cam is still frozen. Yes, it is.
Donnie says you have a stripper named Steve. Does Cat know?
He's got a bit of an overbite.
Yeah.
And he's a little look at his eyes when things happen. So I guess Steve needs a pole to be stored on over here. So I guess I can use this camera. It's not frozen. We're not frozen. Okay. I don't know why that camera is frozen, but over here to the right, I'll move my ass. To the right of my workbench, I've got a little bit of a pegboard thing here, and Steve lives right there, along with a bunch of other tools that don't quite fit up on the desk. Let's see. I guess I can show you a little bit of what's going on up here right now. I'm just kind of working on the magic arm, but yeah, all my tools are right there, along with some of my weathering stuff, and then chemicals up that way. The Enterprise C is right there, next to the Defiant.
Donnie says, right, deactivating that camera in OBS and reactivating. I used to do that a lot. If the camera disconnected for whatever reason, you just go in and select the source, right click on it, and disable and re-enable it.
Really?
Yep, right click on it, and you can disable it.
Right.
Go to property. Now disable it, re-enable.
Nice.
Yeah, if it loses connection, OBS sometimes will just take the last frame it knew.
There I am.
And just hold it there. If for whatever reason it disconnects from OBS. So now you know.
Sweet. Good to know. Yeah. And then what do I got going on back behind me? I guess on the face cam, I can go a little bit bigger on the face cam. Over here. And then back behind me, I keep all the chemicals and all that stuff. I got all my IPA right there. And then those two shelves. So where the first aid kit is, thanks, Ken. Where the first aid kit is, and then the shelf right up above that. That was where I had all the parts for the Perfect Grade Falcon. There were 2 shelves worth of sprues for that thing. And so, yeah, now it's been kind of repurposed. The shelf below has all of my screw boxes for the all the part works. And then I have the, I suppose I can show this. I didn't really show this on camera. So Ken was an amazing human being as usual, Santa Ken. So let's go ahead and move me back up into the corner here. Let's turn off this camera. And then Ken was pretty amazing as usual and ordered me the Cosmic Scale Models base for the Enterprise C. And here is the LCARS panel for the Enterprise C. A little bit of a, never caught that before. There's a bit of a schmutz up there. Huh. Whatever.
Some schmutz. Looks like somebody did on it.
The fact that I have complete control over just
Yep.
dangerous. It's dangerous. But I'm a child. I really am a child. Todd and I have an idea for utilizing this, and in a kind of a special way. Although
Donnie's going to steal it, probably get it done before we do.
Yeah, I know. So, let's just go ahead and you want to say what we're going to do, or do we want to keep it to ourselves?
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah. All right, sweet. So what I've done is I have picked up, like, I forget when was it. We were like, it was probably after stream. It was after probably one of the Dockyards streams or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Todd and I were talking, and
to be fair, we came up with this idea before Spruver's did.
It's true. Very true. So what these are just little touchpads, and they have a high and a low setting. You can choose whether it's like a momentary or a permanent switch. So if you just press it and let go, it'll turn on. It'll only activate while it's pressed, or you can just have it on off. And basically, these work behind up to 1/4 inch of acrylic. And the idea is we're going to put them behind certain points back here and then light the edge of the base and get it so that, like, when we want to turn off the model, you just press the, like, this doesn't exist in LCARS. Like, there's no zoom F2, there's no close escape. You know, there's none of that. Edit F9.
Function buttons, come on.
Well, yeah, like, it doesn't exist in LCARS, but if it's here, let's use it, right? And so the idea is like want to turn off or turn on the model. Just press this button here. There's only going to be probably 2 buttons that we're going to be installing on it. Actually, I was thinking, yeah, probably only 2. On off. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say we should be able to solder a wire onto those pads too, right? So you can solder a wire onto those capacitive pads, and you run the wire up to and wrap a ring, make a ring around the button.
Yep.
So we don't have to actually put it on the back of the acrylic itself.
Yep, because it will show through the acrylic.
It's just detecting the capacitance. When your finger comes close to the wire, it changes the capacitance, and a little sensor picks it up. That's what it's doing.
Yep.
So the idea here is hopefully that we can make this work where it'll be a touch panel.
Yep. So that's the idea for that. And then once again, Ken, thank you. Fantastic. Like these are great bases. Cosmic does amazing work. But like I said, if there was a criticism, we don't need function keys. Like that doesn't exist on LCARs.
That's a Windows thing. I don't know why those are there at all. They're not on any LCARs display I've ever seen. Whoever did the graphics, I don't know why they would have those things on there. But.
Me neither. But it is what it is. And I'm actually going to leave these in here because that's where we're going to go. These were actually relatively cheap. They had the ones on Adafruit. These are Adafruit from Amazon at $10 for 20 of them. It was like going to be $5 a piece for each one of these if you got it through Adafruit. But if you bought the Adafruit through Amazon, they were. Is that why the Enterprise kept getting compromised? We're like, seriously,
it was just a bad patch.
Bad patch, yeah.
Yeah, always a bad patch.
Yeah, so this is a fairly
bad patch. Star Trek has bad patches.
Bad patch, yeah. And Star Trek lately has the same storyline where there's too many technology issues with their ships causing them to run wild. And then here's the base kit, and I'm not going to do anything with this until the very end of the model series. Todd will need to eventually like work on this at some point within the next month or so. So, yeah. So that's going to be the plan for that. For the Enterprise C, because it is a what if model. I've been working on and off for the last week or two. I did a ton of work and probably wrote about 6 pages worth of script when I first started building the model, when I came up with the idea for the what if build. And so I've got a bunch of stuff there. I just need to kind of put it together in video form. But like the penultimate episode of the series is going to be the assembly of this base and then the telling of the story of the ship. So that's kind of the plan for that. And it's kind of why I've been delaying a little bit on working on the model, because I want to be able to like tell the story and tell it properly. It's kind of, I got a funny idea for the story. So yeah. There's a meme out there where it was from Picard season 3 where Riker's leaned over the table and he's talking to Deanna on the control thing, and it just had a blue screen of death. It was pretty hilarious. But yeah, so
isn't it amazing how much little pieces of foam they have in the ceilings of all the bridges,
and how it's all full of rocks?
Yeah, how there's so many rocks and pieces of foam that fall down every time they get hit, and lots of random conduit, like steel conduit, and it's crazy.
And they just shove it all back up in there. They just like shove it up in there and say, "Yeah, we're good. We're good."
Yeah.
Jordy's like, "You got enough rocks in the walls? We have enough rocks."
Eric says the Viper hangar diorama on cosmic scale is badass. Jordan, you should take a look at it.
I have seen that, and I drool. So Cosmic has got some very interesting models. I wish that I didn't have so many things going on right now, because there's some things on his site that I really would actually like to build. The Starfleet tug, as weird as it sounds, that tug looks like a really, really cool build. Along with what's that?
Guess who designed it?
Who?
It's your own trivia question.
Probert, huh?
Yeah, he designed a whole bunch of stuff. You saw what I said.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah, I'd like to build that. They also have the Delta Flyer, which would be a really, really cool build. That's the 72nd scale, and that thing is like $2,000. There's a couple other things. Cosmic's got some cool stuff. The problem is just that VAT tax. And Ken, you're a saint. Like, seriously, thank you. You built a 350 tug? Yeah, Donnie. He built a 350 tug.
Of course he did.
For your refit. Very cool.
That is the plan, Donnie. We're going to hook everything up to the Arduino and program it to do it. We'll see.
Yep. That's the idea.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
Ken's asking, what else did you want from them?
Oh, boy. There's lots of stuff, but we have a buddy build coming up. So I guess before I attempt to build anything, let me check my phone one time and see what, if anything, there's a update. And there is not. Just asking for a friend, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk, Ken. So a couple things coming up. We have let's make myself a little bit bigger instead of just talking hands and wrong screen, Jordan, idiot. There we go. So a couple things coming up. Ken and I, Ken's Hobby Bench, Santa Ken, we have been talking about doing a buddy build for a minute, and the time has come. I don't know where I'm going to fit it into the schedule, although if I have a bit of, like, if we're building, like, and actively building and, like, keeping each other accountable for the build, then I imagine it's going to be fairly easy. And I don't, like, we're going to set the rules and all of that stuff. But Ken and I are going to be building the 537 scale Reliant. Let me go grab the model real quick. I did some rearranging. I had to make some space for other things. So I had to kind of put my stash in the closet, which makes me a little sad. But we are, there you are. We have picked up, there we are, yeah, the 537 Reliant. Weird angles. But yeah, so we've picked that bad boy up. We know that this model is not exactly the most wonderful, and we're all waiting for the 350 Reliant, obviously, from round 2. But for now, we want to do a buddy build. We've both been watching the Ensign's chair. Ken's probably been watching him for a little while. I just discovered him. Good stuff. Like, he's kind of the builder that I would like to be a little bit, in that he uses a lot of 3D printing and stuff like that to create his own mods for his models. And he's doing an amazing job with this kit. And so we're going to go ahead and build this. Yeah, Donnie, I can only imagine what yours would look like. If you're not watching the Ensign's chair, his series on this, it's very interesting. He's 3D printing a bunch of parts for this model, and I have not gotten the photo etch yet. I haven't decided which way I want to go with this. So there's a couple different options, and that's what Ken and I need to talk about. So what the Ensign's chair is doing, so what Will is doing is he's got like sponsors from Lake Monster. He primarily works with Lake Monster, and they've got some really cool stuff for this model. And then Paragraphics is sponsoring him as well and gave him the photo etch set, but he's been 3D printing a lot of his stuff. Specifically, let's go ahead and move this out of the way real fast. So what he's been 3D printing are these front pieces The deflector. These are the deflectors for the Miranda class, by the way. So these are the deflectors, and he's been creating these maintenance pits and doing some other work. I'm only a couple episodes in. Ken, I know, has been keeping up to date with it. And then he's also been creating all of the different window insets, as you would see like with the 350 refit. And so he's been printing a bunch of those. Lake Monster has got a bunch of the different parts. Lake Monster has a bunch of different resin parts. Green Strawberry also has a bunch of photo etch and resin parts. I'm not quite sure which way I want to go with this yet. So I've been kind of thinking, he's doing window boxes, and that's kind of what I want to do. That's kind of the idea, because like the photo etch, what you do is you lay the photo etch across the top, and then you stencil it out, and then you drill out your holes and call it good. But what he's able to do is create like the window boxes here, and it just looks so much better. He has STLs available for download for free. You just got to ask for them. He's eventually going to be selling his stuff to Lake Monster, so I'm going to try to get ahead of that. And Ken, my idea is, if I'm able to get those STLs, it's going to be one of the very first things I print, and I'm going to get them printed for us, and they'll send them off to you. So, so why are the maintenance pits on starships always exposed? No, Donnie, I think that's a horrible idea. You literally have this technology that covers things up, like the hull, it covers it up. Now, the only thing that I can think of is if these are like active, like sensors, like tools that are measuring space gas, stuff like that, and they actually need to be exposed to space. That's kind of what my thought is, because the front little nubs here are the deflectors, and then you can imagine that these are either deflector like equipment or what have you. But if there's going to be one ship on a star, or one part of a Starfleet ship that's going to be really protected, it's going to be the area right around the deflector. So you never know. Voyager, however, has way too many open maintenance pits, and it's kind of ridiculous. Space gas like last night. And on the Falcon, on the Falcon, like literally, the ship in Empire Strikes Back doesn't work. Period. They can't leave Hoth because the ship won't fly. They can't go to hyperspace because the engines are broken. Like the whole ship is just borked the whole way. And I think it's because the maintenance pits are out there. And you see Chewie up there like welding, just kind of randomly sticking the welding rod. And the bridge on top. No. Now, trivia question. How many bridges were there on the original Enterprise? How many bridges were there? Chat, let me know. There were more than one. I can tell you that.
I know the answer to this.
Nice. Yeah, so it's that's Ken and I are going to be doing a buddy build on it. We kind of slated the beginning of this project to start probably in a week or two, something like that. And it will be a regular series. I've managed to Buck is throwing his hat in for 2. Okay. Yeah, I've been able to figure out how to balance and take care of part works and all that. Like part works are kind of the meat of my model building, honestly. But if I have some accountability on this, and this is actually a fairly easy kit to build, I should be able to fit it in just no problem. And I think Ken, just while you're watching, one of the things I think about, because like the reality is, we probably only should spend X amount of time per week just to kind of keep it on an even keel basis. Donnie's thinking too as well. Okay.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Let's give chat another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Buck is saying, however, you can control the ship from main engineering.
Well, you can control the ship from pretty much anywhere, but there was
anywhere.
There was a certain number of actual bridges.
That's right. So yeah, Ken and I are going to be doing the Wrath of Khan buddy build, and I'm super excited about this. Let's take a look at the parts. there's not like it's a new kit, right? It's the same cast, same parts, same everything. The same poor details. Like I was watching last night on Will's video on the instance share, and he was talking about how these are a little funky, and kind of the triangles that sit next to the what do you call it, the shuttle bays. And I was looking at it, and sure as hell, they do look just as bad. You know, on the saucer, you know, this is a decently sized model. Donnie's saying, didn't they change the sidewalls? Yes, they did, Donnie. And do you know how they changed the sidewalls? They removed all detail from the sidewalls.
Oh no.
There's nothing. They added some thickness, yes, but they took away all the details to do so. That's why Will's having to make those window boxes. And yeah, no, it definitely, now the thickness of this ship definitely is solid. This is a nice piece, and God, I really wish they wouldn't do this. I hate how they stamp their copyright stuff into the hull. The stuff you got to deal with.
It's on the inside though, right?
One thing I am noticing though, Ken, if just from watching Will's videos, is it seems like the molding on his kit is a little bit bad because our phaser strips here are, or our phaser cannons are properly centered, so that does look good there. So there's some thoughts. I've thought about picking up multiple different things for this, be it the Lake Monster set, the Green Strawberry set, the Falcas. I actually like that, Eric, quite a bit. So I haven't decided quite yet. The only thing that I have ordered for this model is the Aztec dummy. So Ken has, not to spoil it for you, Ken, but I'm going to anyway. He got the Mass Designs masking kit. I went ahead and picked up the Aztec dummy masking kit. Ken has also picked up, I believe he picked up the really nice Tenna controls board, if I'm not mistaken. And I am going to be learning more about the Arduino and just using that, Todd, and you know, just doing a little bit more custom lighting for it. I'm just willing to try and willing to do it, and I've had some pretty good success so far. So you can do that. Definitely things that are going to be addressed. The bridge is something that needs to be taken care of. The bridge and the B and C decks need to be replaced. They do not look correct on this. The planetary sensor down below needs to be addressed. And the, what else was it? The chiller grills. So I want to do, I want to do the chiller grills, and I want to do them right. So thanks, Ken. I went anyway. I need to get something to drink real fast. But I want to get some good chiller grills. The ones from Lake Monster are really nice. I really like the ones that they have. I really like Green Strawberry. We'll talk about them here in just a second. But I really like the stuff that they do. But I keep looking at all the Lake Monster stuff, and that stuff is just so good. He really does a fantastic job of like doing those mod pieces. And so I said mod piece, not cod piece. And I'm an idiot. But yeah, so they do a really good job of like, you know, putting together different mod pieces and stuff like that. And so there's so many different options, whether it's printing, whether it's buying. All I know is that we got to do the Aztecing on this kit, and that is a pain in the ass. So, that is coming up soon. This is going to be in addition to all of the other builds. I'm only really working on one of those models per week, and really, it's if I'm lucky. Like I said, this one is going as it's a buddy build, and there's going to be some accountability. We're going to actually work on this, and I'm excited. This is also, Donnie, like you, the Miranda class is probably not top 3, but top 5. Definitely top 5. And this is the model I'm very much looking forward to having around for a long time. This would be an amazing part work. It'd be an amazing 350 scale. And I know that we keep trying, so we'll just keep pushing for that. But that's coming up. What about my codpiece, Buck? It's right down there. Yeah.
Down where? What?
What? Huh?
What?
What?
We are children. We are absolutely children.
We really are. Okay. So I mentioned in the description, I don't know how many people, yeah, dude, 350 Reliant would be amazing, but a 537 is close. If you guys haven't seen the 537 Enterprise B model, oh my God, Ensign's Chair is building one of those, and that thing is gigantic, huge. Oh, Donnie, you should see the beginning of the stream. Like, it's literally just, it opens up with me. Like, Todd figured out that you can press, hold on, where's the button? I want to press the button.
Press the button.
Todd figured out that you can press this button.
During the intro.
In the middle of the intro, yeah. And so he had introduced this. He did out of my fart from the end of stream last night. I don't know if you heard, Donnie, but I farted at the end of stream. And that's me. All me. But
well,
he introduced
we all had to decide if it came up the butt crack or the nut trumpet. So
yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, I broke Todd too. Oh God. And so at the beginning of the stream, while the final countdown was going down, Todd just kept hitting the button and just why was the stream broken? It's because of Bart.
Okay.
So yeah, we're children. So let's go ahead and big myself again. I need to create some scenes here for all of this. So issues. Well, she's got to live with it. She does.
Not what you told me. She thought it was funny the first time, not the 30th time.
Yeah, so after stream last night, I took the time to make sure I put the timestamp of the fart in the VOD for the stream last night, Perfect Nerd stream. And I may have watched it like 5 or 6 times in a row and just laughed and laughed and laughed. And this morning at work, I showed all of my coworkers many times. I've broken several times today. It's been a good day. I've laughed a lot today. And then when I got home, Kat was here and I showed her and she laughed the first time. She did. She really did. She's pretty amazing like that. Will laugh at a fart with me. But then the second time I played it, she just kind of like, and then the third time she's like, and there's this button here that I just can go
anytime.
Now, is that part of like all of StreamYards? Like, is it going to be under everyone's or is it just mine?
No, it's just under yours.
Oh, shaving cream.
Yeah, that's your clip.
Yeah, so Donnie, he played that and I was dying. So it's what happened.
Yeah, the only one I uploaded to the other brands was the Ian jingle.
Yes. Yes, she is. She is, although is known to light a few on her own. Just saying. But yeah, no. Really? Oh, you have a Tesla, that's right. You can make your horn make that sound, right? If so, I kind of need a Tesla now too. The what? All right. So in of course my boss is calling right now. I'm on vacation. I'm not answering it. So
You know, we got totally
in the-
sidetracked. You were checking on your package.
that's very true. I at this point I'm kind of like, and there's my boss. He's calling, and I'm just like, he knows better. He knows I'm streaming, but check on the status of the package. I mentioned. Yep, no, it's going to be delivered tomorrow.
Oh,
Lame. Well, I'll show some stuff off.
you'll just have to have Dockyards Part 2 before the other stream.
Well, we'll talk about that here in a second. So I mentioned in Discord that I had a special announcement. I've told Todd and a couple others, but it's kind of now out for everyone to hear. Oh, he's literally, you could have just texted me that, dude. Sorry. He's literally asking me how much it costs to put out a job post on the free job posting site. That's my boss. But sorry. Last couple weeks ago, and I don't know how many people are subscribed to Green Strawberry's newsletter. But a couple weeks ago, they put out a poorly worded and poorly spelled newsletter. And they were asking if anybody wanted to build their custom lighting kit for the 2700 scale Star Destroyer from Revell. Or what do you know how to pronounce the Russian, the Zvezda or whatever it is?
No.
What's that?
Zvezda?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. That it's interesting. So like it's primarily a European kit, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's not really sold over here. So, but they put out, said, hey, if you would be interested in creating a video for us and lighting up using our custom lighting kit for this, let us know. And I applied. Now, I obviously have a little bit of a foot in the door a little bit because Green Strawberry has sponsored my Razor Quest build. And so, a bunch of people, including some people in this group, and it doesn't, that definitely doesn't, it's not lost on me. And so I'm gracious for this opportunity, so to say. So Zvezda, maybe Zvezda. That sounds about right. Perfect. Nice. So a couple of us had applied, and I got word on Sunday that they chose me. So I did the thing that all actors do and all entertainers do, and they're like, "Hey, do you have the kit?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do." I didn't have the kit, and I found out how hard it is to find that kit, but I have found it. But I am going to be creating a sponsored video for Green Strawberry, and it's going to be highlighting the lighting kit on the 2700 scale Star Destroyer. It's an amazing opportunity. One that I didn't really think, like I do suffer from a little bit of imposter syndrome, a little bit doing this. Just a year in or whatever, I don't know. I need to be a little more confident myself. Um, can I appreciate it? That may, I'll bring it up here in a second. We'll talk. So it's not lost on me that there's some more amazing modelers that happen to have applied for that opportunity. I think I just had the foot in the door. They've seen my channel already. They've already known a bunch of the work that I've done, and I know that they reviewed it again, and they've watched all the videos for the Razor Crest, and they were impressed. They like the work that I've done. They like the honesty that I provide to them. I don't mince words. I'm not going to shill. Obviously, I understand that it's like, thanks, Donnie. I really appreciate that. I understand that it's not like it's a fine line between shilling and being appreciative of what you have, but then also telling it like it is. And that's what I did. I like, their instructions suck, and I've been helping them. I've been doing a lot of work with them on the back end, helping create some proper instructions. With the Razor Crest, what I'm doing as I'm building, excuse me, sorry. That was a nasty burp. I apologize. But what I've been doing is taking the AMT instructions and incorporating. Thanks, Buck. I appreciate that. Buck is very kind. He happened to, he also happened to have a kit as well, and there was a possibility I was asking him for help as well. So very kind. Thanks, Don. So where was I? The burp distracted me. But anyway, so the instructions. So that's right. So I've been taking the AMT instructions from the Razor Crest and incorporating the Green Strawberry instructions into that as well. I'll be creating a PDF that will eventually be available online for everybody to use. I created an instructional video for how to cut the parts for the Razor Crest, for all of the different mods that you're going to have to do for the full fruit pack. And so they were kind of aware of this. And so I feel incredibly honored. It's a great opportunity for my channel. I've told you guys before that monetization is not really the big goal here. Sponsors are. As we all know, we're in this group, like most of us are with Hobby Time Modelers. We spend money like it's going out of style here. We do. And all of this crap behind me, all of this crap over here, all this crap above me, all of this stuff costs a bunch of money. Now, thankfully, I'm in a position where I can mostly afford this stuff. But if we get sponsors, they're sending me the full fruit pack for the Star Destroyer. So not only do I get to build the Star Destroyer, but I also get to have a custom lighting kit for it that they're giving me. They're handing me also a soldering kit, like a soldering station, which is really cool. And then I also get the model afterwards. I get to build this amazing model, and the model costs a bunch of money, and that's fine, but it's gonna be the experience. I've never done an ad before. They have certain rules. I got all the parameters today, so I don't just get to do one of my classic videos. It's got to be for them. This is made for them, and so I'm going to have to kind of change my game a little bit, working on soldering like I am today. I'm going to be taking a lot of time this weekend just working on soldering random wires together. I need to get really good at doing the things that need to happen so that when I'm presenting it for Green Strawberry, because they're saying that this email goes out, there's 500,000 people on their mailing list, and they're going to send that out to 500,000 people. And so it's a great opportunity for the channel. It's a great opportunity to highlight, the work that I do. Sometimes I still can't believe it. I do, Buck. It's sad. Am I wearing pants right now? I got my Aligning the Stars shirt on, but am I wearing pants? And on that, I'm assuming that I have to wear pants, and that's the thing. So it's an incredible opportunity. Once again, I applied. I don't, Todd and Ken, the gift of the Tomy Enterprise last week still is blowing me away to this day. The generosity of this group, the community that I've started to build on YouTube and all those things. Like, sometimes I feel like this is weird, like I don't deserve it or whatever. But my whole goal for all of this is, like I said, is not monetization. It's getting those sponsorships and, getting the ability to like up my game, like do the next bigger, better thing. I've only been building models consistently for a year now, and I feel like I've gotten pretty good at it, but I need to keep upping the game. I want to keep working on the video quality. I want to keep working on the build quality, and there's so many different things. And so this is going to be a great opportunity for the channel, but it's one that's made me a little nervous, if I'm being real, because the parameters that they gave me are very specific. They're looking for specific things. They don't care about the build of the Star Destroyer at all. They don't give a shit, like, at all. Like, the Star Destroyer is besides the point. And that's the thing I'm actually looking forward to the most, because I've looked at their lighting kit and it's going to be fairly simple. They got a couple little tricks that they're going to be doing for this kit, which is a new kit. If you guys haven't been to Green Strawberry's site, check it out. They're advertising it big on their big like thing on the front. So there are a couple things that it's doing, which is really, really cool. But otherwise, they really don't care about the model. They really don't, and they care about the lighting kit itself. So like what I have to do is build to a point and then basically have most of the lighting kit installed and then show the final little bits and then zoom fast forward next little lighting part and then fast forward next little lighting part, and it's all got to be under 20 minutes. It's going to take a lot of work. I'm definitely going to be bouncing a lot of questions off the group and the community. Be likely doing this to be a fantastic thing to build on stream. It's likely that this will be in a Dockyards soon next to you. So it's a great opportunity, but one that's going to take a lot of work, and so I'm taking it seriously. And finding the model is also something that was taken seriously. If you guys like want to Google, oh, by the way, Todd, you can answer the question: how many bridges were there?
There were 3.
3. So you had the main bridge, the auxiliary bridge, and then Todd, where was the third bridge at?
Oh God, you're killing me. There was one, obviously the main bridge. There was one down in the engineering, and I think there was one in the neck.
Correct. So
yeah,
it was in the neck.
I think it was like, because obviously that it was designed to be separated. It never did in the show, but it was designed to be separated. And there was a bridge at the front forward of the neck, right below the separation line.
And the
kind of where that
one
became the battle bridge, right on the D.
On the D, correct. And the third bridge was right directly behind the deflector dish.
Yeah. Buried inside the ship where it belonged.
Where it belongs. To go back all the way to the beginning of that, where that question came from. So that's the thing. So after they told me, I went online. Now I recommend, if you guys are curious and you want to see a stupidly priced model, go to eBay and look up the Revell 2700 scale Star Destroyer. You're going to see prices up there as much as $600. So I was like, this isn't just like an actor saying I can ride a horse and then go getting horse riding lessons over the weekend. It's not like that. It was, oh shit, this model is extraordinarily hard to find. And I was blown away. I had no idea. Now, there's the 5,000 scale Star Destroyer that came out just recently from AMT, and it's a nice looking kit. It's basically the same kit, just scaled down. Yep, Battle Bridge was in the neck, correct. But the the 2700 scales, they don't exist here in the States at all, and they're hard to find. They were repopped, and it was a limited run in 2018 when The Last Jedi came out, and that's it. Like they were snapped up and gone. Like it's a really nice kit, and people know what they got. It's like the perfect grade Falcon. It's one of those like unicorn kits, and so I was like, oh crap, am I going to be able to actually do this? Right. And so I started going on eBay, Amazon, like you name it. I looked everywhere, and I wound up bidding on a kit on eBay. And at that time, and like this is just a couple of days ago, at that time, I'm telling you like it was a long time ago, I was delusional and thought that I could get this kit because I started bidding and it was like $40 when I started bidding. I'm like, oh, people don't know what they're doing here, right? The day before the auction, that started skyrocketing. And by the time everything was said and done, it was $170 plus $40 shipping. I bowed out. Like I was just like, nope, that's not happening. And so I proceeded to spend the next probably 12 or so hours, like really digging in the internet, trying to find a kit. And I found one. I actually bought it. It's purchased. It's purchased. We'll just say that. And where I found it, of all places, was on a RC car website. No clue, but they obviously know what they have. And by saying knowing what they have, here's where the part comes in, Ken, that we may need to talk about. They don't know what they have because it's not in stock just yet. It's waiting to be restocked. So the issue is they're not planning on shipping it out to me until about the 10th of October. That's actually not too bad. The Spanish hobby shop, you know, a Spanish hobby shop sounds like a bodega, and it could be a little sketch. But they basically have it. It's on order. They're waiting for it to arrive, and it's the typical shipping delays. As usual, we all know everything takes forever to get from Europe to here, and so 124 euros after conversion with that and then shipping. I still got a better deal. So the RC car shop that I got the model from was in what is it, Van Nuys, California. And it's ordered. They're getting 10 of them, so they're getting a bunch of them. Like they know what they're doing. Like all of the models that they have on their site are like high-end models. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's either RC cars or really expensive Star Wars models. Like smart business practice. They got me buying before it was even in stock. But hey, I needed the part. Now here's the thing, and where this might come into play, Ken, is if for whatever reason, so a couple factors are at play. Number one, green strawberry is in the Czech Republic, and the Czech Republic right now is currently undergoing extreme flooding. So they mentioned to me in the email today that like right around where they are at, it is just they can't even get to the office right now. There's so much flooding going on. So it's likely going to be a week or two before they can even ship out the parts, and they were already having a problem with shipping. So it's likely I won't have to, what's the best way of putting it? It's likely, there we go. So it's likely that I won't need it, but the idea is we might need to do a bit of a prisoner exchange if you're willing, Ken. Like ship me yours and then I ship you mine when it comes in, sort of thing. And if that's something that you'd be amenable to. And like I was talking with Todd and Ken about this whole thing in private chat and Discord, and also as well with Buck, because Buck happens to be I saw your scale mates, by the way, for the first time. I actually looked at your scale mates, Buck. Jesus Christ. That's all I got to say. Awesome, Ken. Fantastic news. So we'll talk. I'll know more once they ship, because it already takes like from like every time that I get anything from Green Strawberry, it always takes forever to get the parts here. So it could be weeks. Whereas like the parts can be coming from Van Nuys and likely everything from California. Like the 3D printer shipped in 3 days. It was supposed to be here today, but whatever, there was an address issue. Jesus.
See, Buck has a sickness. He can't help it.
Hey, you really can't help it, can you, Buck? Jesus. Yeah, I did look at your scale mates, by the way, my friend. Like, holy crap. And Buck is one of the few people, like Ken and Buck both have this model. Donnie, do you have this one as well? This is one of those models that tends to sit in people's stashes. And so I had to find it, and I did. It's just a matter of time before it gets here. I don't know how long it's going to take for the parts to get here. But that's like the big thing that's happening. And it's really like a cool thing for this channel. It's interesting. Like I said, I suffer from a little bit of a imposter syndrome from time to time. That's what Buck and I were talking about, by the way, yesterday, is like all of the money goes into part works, and so it's harder to buy scale model kits. And now, like, I have it too. We all do. The 12 people watching right now also have that sickness. Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, I normally, like, there's one guy who's selling it right now on eBay for $600 fully assembled. Like, insanity, and they have a Revell monogram kit that's an old pop of that model, and I think that was from like 99, 98, something like that. I could be wrong. Like, I've tried to do my research. I have tried to figure out. Yeah, I've heard. I've heard about that model. It's up there with the refit for sure. Yeah, I tried to find like alternatives to it. In the end, I only paid $150 for the model. It's not too bad. I like that's probably among the lowest price that you can find. So Donnie, I will send you the link to their site if you're interested. Just throwing it out there for $150. It was only $6 to ship it. So whenever it gets here. But yeah, so that's going to be the next thing. So we kind of have like the Wrath of Khan buddy build, and then I'm going to be doing like a one-off ad for Green Strawberry. And I'm like just feeling pretty cool about that, actually, if I'm being real. Awesome, Donnie. I will send you the link then. Definitely. You can buy it now. Like, you can buy it at any point. Scalemates is broken. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's go take a look here real quick. Just going to refresh my shipping thing here real quick. Lame. Yep. And Scalemates. Where are you? Where is it? There we go. Okay. Yeah. No. Oh yeah. Well, they're gonna have it. Like, I mean, not many people say that. All right. Let me go over to my Gmail, and I will go post this link. In chat. Active Power Sports. So, sec. So, Active Power Sports. There it is. Copy.
You can put it in Discord too, instead of your YouTube.
What's that?
I said you could put it in Discord instead of the YouTube. Throw it in
Oh yeah, there we go. That's actually better. I'm going to go put this in Discord real fast. There we go. Surprised I don't have Discord open yet. Yeah, you know, Andrew, I can't disagree with you. I feel fortunate that this opportunity has come. Absolutely. So I am pasting that into the sci-fi tab on Discord. So there you go. So those are the two things coming up. And then let's see here. We are at 6 o'clock. What do we have time to do today? I think we can do some building. I might actually bust out. What should we bust out? I was really hoping to be unpacking that printer. Well, we can do a little bit of work on some. I have no idea. Let me think about it for a second. All right, first things first. And then I guess the last final announcement. And I was going to talk to you about this, Andrew, as well. So it's my birthday on Sunday, and I was planning on doing a short stream on Saturday, just for a couple of hours in the afternoon. Probably start around noon my time. Probably go maybe even like 11 o'clock. I don't want to interfere with your stream, Andrew. I don't want to get anywhere close to it either, because I don't want anybody to be burned out who normally would be watching that. Amazon Canada has that kit for $408. Good Lord. What the hell?
You know, I was
the perfect grade Falcon, man.
Amazon keeps advertising me because they made a Lego Wally years ago, and it wasn't a very big kit. It had I don't know, a few hundred pieces. It wasn't crazy, and it's going for like $600 now. And I'm like, you're killing me. I wanted
what the hell, man? Supply and demand. Like, that is so crazy. Like, make models and only make a few of them and make sure those models are really good, and you're going to have a business plan for a long period of time. That's for damn sure. So yeah, I was thinking about doing a stream on Saturday. Andrew, are you okay? We try not to. So one of the things that all of us at Hobby Time Modelers do is we try not to interfere with each other and each other's streams. Like, basically Thursday's my day. Hobby Time streams on Friday and Sunday. Andrew streams on Saturday. Buck streams on Monday. So it's one of those things where, like, you know, I'm trying to be. I'm thinking probably around 11 a.m. my time. So around 2 p.m. East Coast time, and go for like 2 hours, something like that. Yeah, and if you're totally cool with that, I would be. I just wanted to run it by you first. So I was thinking about doing a birthday stream. I don't know, like maybe put a link up there for 199 Canadian. I really did get a good deal. I scoured, though. How I found it in an RC group or an RC or RC car website, I have no idea. So what were they? Expand upon that, Buck. What do you mean? Like, were they all like streaming over each other, something like that? Like, was that what was going on? Oh, perfect. All right, Andrew, that's awesome. Perfect. So here we are. I'm going to stream on Saturday. I might throw a link up to my Buy Me a Coffee site if anybody wants to donate money. Sure. Like, I need to replace that $150. Just saying. Slightly used sun, yeah. Excellent, Donnie. That's amazing. Thank you. Thanks, Buck. Yeah, I'm turning 42. Yes, it does. Be ready to do some work. Maybe, you know, I'm off, Andrew, this weekend. So there's a chance. There's a chance that we could be on stream together. Just a chance. But yeah, so like I'll probably go from 11 to around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, somewhere around that neighborhood. Not planning on streaming for long. I might be outside depending on how the weather is. And I know it just, do one of these things on the screen. Oh, I announced a stream during a stream, and the channel leader decided to stream at the exact same time. Pretend he didn't know. Lame. Dude, super lame. Like, once again, and that is how Hobby Time modelers came to be. I've heard of that a few times actually, from like other groups as well. So, or from like around YouTube, I've heard that same thing. And he hasn't streamed in a year. Oh, come on. Yeah, so that's the idea. Like, I just streamed for a couple of hours. I might be out in the parking lot. I need to do a bunch of painting this weekend. So I have behind me, so you can see a bunch of the insignia white. I've got a box over by the front door with a bunch of insignia white and Mr. Surfacer 1500. I have got to paint the D'Agostini Falcon, the Perfect Grade Falcon, and the MPC Falcon, and I need to do it this weekend. So I don't know when it's gonna. It could be tomorrow. It all depends. Really, it's weather dependent. But I know that Saturday is supposed to be a little nice, so I need to be able to do this outside. My neighbors complained about the lacquer smell from the primers, so kind of got to do it down in the parking lot. Todd, I took your idea and I'm kind of like, see, if you're streaming outside, that's where having the remote full producer, I was telling you, would be really handy. Yeah, actually, it would be. Oh, Buck, well, thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Have a great night. See you tomorrow night during stream. Love it. Yeah, so I need to get some painting done on the Falcon, and I don't know, just wanted to like stream for the birthday. It'd be fun. Sunday stream, if I'm on, it will be likely for just a little bit, as I have some plans. Hopefully go for a drive, something like that, and then go out to dinner. So I also have some ice cream. Kat is graduating her class today. So stopped on the way home and grabbed some ice cream and some flowers because I'm a nice guy. But selfishly, I have some Ben and Jerry's waiting for me after we're done. So I'm excited about that. But yeah, so here it is. I'll be streaming 11 to 2-ish on Saturday. So that would be 2 to 4-ish, 2 to 5-ish, somewhere East Coast time. So don't want to interfere with Andrew's stream. And let's take a look. Ken just said he posted, or no, Buck did, excuse me. No, Buck, no, excuse me, wrong one. Oh, very nice. So Ken just dropped in the science or the sci-fi tab in Discord. His kit, very nice. It looks like it says what, Master Series on it? Okay. And it says level 5, whatever that means. The Enterprise refit is a level 2 model, so whatever that means. Very nice. No, it's awesome, man. And I appreciate you being willing to do that as well, being able to switch kits. I basically have it has Ray and all of the new. I do, Donnie. Just a little bit. Work and yeah. And Kat's, like I said, she's graduating her class, so she'll be a little more free in the evenings. It's likely that she'll start making noise on streams again. just to forewarn everybody. She will, while I'm streaming, generally she'll be in class, and she's going through her graduation tonight. So it's interesting. Like, they do graduations online, and it's just a very weird thing. So, and as for a life outside of building models, I say that really, no, that's not true. It's work, home, and models. It's what I choose to do. If I had my druthers, I would just sit and do this all the time. If I could actually do this for a job, I probably would. It'd be kind of like an interesting job, but dude, the dog snoring last night was fantastic. What was that, Todd?
That's your version of dog snoring. I like how you thought I said something.
So you haven't. I was just thinking about it. You haven't said something in a minute, because I have literally been going now for a minute.
I wasn't going to interrupt you doing your thing.
Oh no, I know, and that's the thing. But you haven't said anything for a minute, and so I was like, oh, I was going to ask, like, how you doing? And then you just dropped a bar, and just a little bit of that.
Mm-hmm. He has the button, he can break himself. Oh.
Oh, you also have two of the Bandai 15000. Yeah, so like that's the thing. I was trying to like see if I could if there's one close enough in scale, and it wasn't real. Just the fart. Just the fact that this is even an option.
He has his own soundboard.
I've always wanted this. I hate to admit it, but when oh god, when cell phones first came out, like the smartphones first came out, and you were able to like create your own ringtones and stuff like that, and they had voice recorders, and you could do all those things. I had a particularly terrible boss, and I recorded just a bunch of my farts, stuck them together, and that was his ringtone. True story. Don't tempt me. I've been thinking about getting one of those for a minute. My mic situation, my technology situation is a bit of an issue. I got to figure that out. Like, I'm kind of curious. Like the last couple of streams, I've been having some problems. Last night I cut out, obviously, I've got this crappy little mic. I didn't order a Rode, but I ordered something a little bit higher price point. So it's going to take a couple days to get here. So I do have some new microphones on the way. But that one does actually have the option for some wires. So a Stream Deck is something that I could think about. And, it's just, you can always just whenever you want.
Oh, shaving cream.
It could be a whole soundboard. You could have a whole sorts of things.
It's seen at a glance. I'm afraid of bands. I go off on brands and I shit my pants.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh my god. Okay. So I'm going to take one more look here and see if anything has changed on the shipping side. Just in case. So they told me, by the way, Todd, that where is it? That kit was going to be in stock, and so I paid for the parts. Nope, not delivering today. And I get the notification today that they actually don't have the parts. Excellent. So I have no idea when kit's going to arrive. Sucks, but it is what it is.
What stages are you waiting for?
It's package number 6, so it's 19 through 23, I believe.
19 to 22, maybe.
19 to 22, excuse me. Yeah. So
What exactly does that sound like? A Todd smash?
you know,
Like
what
Hulk
does
smash?
yeah. Well, we'll have a chance. You're going to be building the Ecto 1 tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
I actually, Donnie, it was a new ear mic or knee weir, or I don't even know how that's pronounced. Is it new
I
weir?
just say newer.
Newer, yeah. I did actually. I that's what I ordered. I don't like the ones that have these funny little. I hate these. Oh, where it is. There you are. I hate these connections. Like these, they're ridiculous. Like you can't use them anywhere. They're designed to fit in at the end of your phone. So you basically take it and then plug it. Oh God, wrong camera. Like that. Right. And that's what it's for. And it doesn't really work for what I'm doing. And I replaced that microphone. I think those are the ones that I got. Nice. You have great sound, Donnie, so that's fantastic. Good. I was a little on the fence on what to get because I bought these, and it's like they're knockoff Newers. And what happens, like, and the worst part is there's 2 microphones in here, and each one of them, gets 6 hours of runtime out of them, which is great. The problem is like after 10 minutes of being active, it caused them to shut off. Like they just stop working. And I didn't figure that out until the 1-month window had passed through Amazon. So now I'm stuck with these crappy microphones. They are what I will use in a pinch, but this is what I started with way back when. And it only has a battery life of maybe 4 hours. And so I found that out last night. The previous microphone that I was using literally picked up every sound. And if that microphone had been active last night, it would have sounded like the fart was right in your face. You know, like I cannot tell you, like
Bye, Jordan.
Woo. Oh.
That was excellent, Eric.
Oh my God. I am a child. I swear to God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, nice. Sweet. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like saying the newer mics come with the adapters to use them with your phone. Great. I want to be able to do that, but like I want to be able to just plug directly in. I want to be able to have the same receiver so that if I do wind up killing the mic for whatever reason, I can quickly like switch over to the new mic and we're good. What happens now, like what happened last night at the end of the stream, or I think actually my mic died during when we were back in the after stream and we were all just kind of hanging out afterwards. And like I have to like fumble to try to figure out what this is called in the system because I have like 10 microphones because you know the CX oh God, the CX, my Sony, God, I'm all frazzled. My Sony and all of the other cameras, they all have their own microphones. And so it's just like, I don't know which one to use. And the Sony's the best one, but for whatever reason, it doesn't come up as an option. So I don't know. No, you got to understand, Don. I am going to, if I need a good pick me up from time to time, I'm just going to log in to StreamYards, go into the test place, the test room, because we have the ability to test and like do things inside of this forum here, without actually doing anything, like putting it out for everyone to see. And so what I will do is I will just go in there, and I guarantee you, if I'm feeling bad about myself, I will just go, just
It's seen at a glance. I'm afraid of bands. I go off on brands and I shoot.
Terrible. Donnie, we are all children.
we were so say we all, right? So I can break myself now whenever I need to, and it's but I have been having some issues with cameras, and like I've got a bunch of cameras. I had to take one out, so I removed the front camera. I wasn't using it in any of my recordings, and every time I did, I didn't like the angle. So I took it out and I replaced it, and that's actually that's why you can see me bigger now and it's not all grainy. But then I went ahead and put the CX405 over here, and then I got my right side camera. So, oh God, where's OBS? I'll minimize myself a little bit here. So the right side camera, oh God. Yeah, for whatever reason, this is not working now. Oh, see, that's the thing. Like, I'm having some weird technology stuff happening right now. I can't even get the right side camera to work. I don't know. So I got to go through, and I have, because it is my birthday this weekend, I generally take this entire week off. Obviously, staffing has sucked so much at work lately that that's just not a reality. I had Monday off, and then I have Andrew. I have a S21 Plus. This is what I originally started creating all my videos for. I did all of my recording through this for probably all the way up until May, something like that. Todd, you're the IT man. Todd does enough. Todd's got a job. I need to figure this out. And if I have questions, I can ask Todd or Ian. That's the beauty of this. But the problem with Androids is they don't work very well with Droid Cam. So I wonder, I don't even have that option set up in OBS anymore. But with Droid Cam, it limits you to 720, and it only shoots in 30 frames, and it basically just is a tiny, crappy little screen. And it's really, really hard to pick up detail or whatever. It's meant as like a quick way of like creating a webcam. I have considered going over to an iPhone, and there's that. I need to play around with that a little bit more. I haven't had a chance to play with that yet. But I've considered getting an iPhone because it's a little bit more user-friendly for creating videos. I have no problem with the S21 Plus. I've had this thing for more than a few years. It's created many, many videos for me. No big deal. But the big thing is like I just need to really. It's Droid Cam HD, and you have to pay for it. And the problem is for whatever reason, my OBS does not like to recognize the extension for Droid Cam HD. It actually has a controller as well that allows you to zoom in and zoom out, adjust focus, do all of those things. But for whatever reason, it doesn't. It just doesn't work, that extension. Yeah, and your quality is fantastic, Andrew. Like, I honestly, Droid Cam was a doggy cam last night. Awesome. I figured that's what that was. Droid Cam is what I'll likely be using. DaVinci as well. I just started editing all my videos on DaVinci now. I've been practicing and now it's all DaVinci. I love it. It's fantastic. No, I know that for sure. It's just I don't like the quality that the Droid Cam gives. I'm always kind of searching for great video quality, and I'm surprised at these webcams. So I wonder if any of these are working. There we go. So I'll show you the webcam. So the webcam that you see right there by my water bottle is very similar to the one that I use. And then for the one up above, I wonder if I can show it. So there's my overhead camera. And it's just a higher end, it's $120 webcam or something like that. And it has the ability to focus autofocus, and that's probably my only knock. Like the picture quality on this is fantastic. It does focus really well. You're able to get some really nice detail close in. The problem is the sensor for the focus is way too sensitive. And so like if I move my hands around a lot, obviously when I'm building and like doing all the things, and when I do that, oftentimes I'm having to look over at the screen and while I'm building to make sure that I'm staying in focus. And a lot of the times, like a lot of my issues that I run into on recording is the fact that it's out of focus. And so a lot of times I got to take my hand and then do this. Like I just made it go out of focus by doing that, but now it's in focus. So that's a lot of what I have to deal with. And that's fine. Like it's the problem with my setup is that I want to be able to record and stream without doing anything. Like I really just want to be able to turn on the camera and I stream and record through the same scene. So I have all my cameras set up, all of the different wordings and my logo and codes and all of those things. I have all of them set up, and so I really do enjoy doing that. And so that's why I've chosen to go this route. All of my recording in the beginning was done with my phone. I felt like it was a much better quality of recording. I was shooting back in 4K back then too. I swear to God, I melted a laptop editing videos in 4K. It just couldn't handle it, that video card. And it was a Lenovo laptop as well. My boss was pretty pissed. But yeah, but what I'm running into right now is the computer that I'm using, the PC that I'm using. I wonder, I'm just taking a bit of a tour. It's kind of an interesting way of handling this, but I will take this. Whoa. And get that. I have it kind of set up so that I can move my monitor around. Yeah, it's not working the way I want it to. Could probably just remove this from its base real fast. I do this having a quick connect. I hope. Maybe. As I make everybody sick, hold on, let me switch over to another camera while I figure out how to remove this real quick. But I'm using one of those mini PCs, and there we go. It's a great mini PC. Exactly. It's got some nice technology in it. There we are. So there's my PC. The tiny little thing. And it only has 3 USB ports.
There's your problem right there.
Bingo. And so I have a hub right there that I can't fully power up. And then I have a hub right there, which I've had to disconnect a bunch of things from. Yeah, so that's what I started with, was a gaming laptop. And then, oh God, my nice camera is the CX405. The problem is is it doesn't like to take high quality video, at least for me. I haven't tried this in a while. It's probably fine. It was my lighting. I guarantee it was my lighting in the beginning that I was having a problem with. But it didn't take very high quality video in the beginning, and so I use this more as a side cam. But it's one thing I do like about this camera, the CX405, is just to be able to zoom and be able to move around and stuff like that. So Todd, to go back to what you were just saying, that's my issue. Not enough USB ports.
Not enough computer.
The computer.
Yeah. We need to get you a real computer, man.
Okay. Well, it's time. It's time to explore that. It's becoming a bit of an issue during streams and stuff like that. I need to be able to run all of my cameras, and because one thing I really like about Wayne, like besides his personality and just Wayne, I really like his presentation. I like the way he does all of his cameras. I like how he's able to show the the front camera up front. From a different angle, you can see different details, and when you're building certain things from certain angles, like you're able to kind of pull that off. And my computer just doesn't seem to be able to handle that. It works for most things. It's fast, but it's time. I agree. Is something like in the build of that computer, would we need to think about having like USB? Something I don't really know. USB, is it are there different grades of USB? Can you upgrade your USB? Can you make it so that it's okay?
Yep. But you can get an HDMI card too and have 4 HDMI ports directly into your computer. Skip the whole USB thing altogether. Just pull HDMI out of each of the cameras. Now webcams typically only have a USB port, but actual cameras typically have an HDMI out.
Yep.
And you can get some of them have settings for uncompressed, or you can make it so you're not sending out with the molested video, which has the viewfinder data on it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what we do with the ZV1s. I convert my HDMI into USB, but you have to use a USB 3 for that. So and there's USB-C, which is even better.
Yeah.
It's just, there's ways to get around it. It just depends on your camera setup and your lighting setup and how you want to use it.
Okay. Well, that's definitely on the list. So now that the 3D printer is done, and so it'll be how my head can be used for scale. And that's the thing. I love how Wayne's head is a actual scale measurement for scale models. So I do use HDMI for the camera that's now pointing up here. So HDMI is used for this camera. And the reason that this one is not the camera that sits up above, and I need to maybe check. I think it was lighting, but the one thing I notice is that, as you can see there, get a little bit of that frame rate flicker that happens. And if you guys see it, it probably comes through that way, but frame rate flicker happens. I've tried to go through and do all the adjustment with the settings of the camera. I worked with Dave one time on for 45 minutes one morning trying to get this.
You gotta slow down your shutter rate.
And I don't think I have that setting.
It depends on the camera. I mean, it's
right. It's a CX405, and so I'm not I know I'm playing with a little bit older technology. So
they'll have all cameras for the last 20 years probably. Video cameras, you can put it in shutter priority, and then you can control the shutter rate and let the iris and ISO do the rest of the work. But that's why you get flickering, right?
Okay.
I had the same thing on the studio lights. The studio lights would band and they would flicker, and that's because I was trying to shoot at 60 frames and it was too fast. It was picking up the different variations because LEDs are on and off. They're not, they're DC, but if it's being sent through AC, they flicker. Oh, now what have you done? Oh, you're going into the settings?
Yeah, I'm just seeing
see if it has a shutter priority. There you go. Manual. Change to 30.
Nice. Okay. Sweet.
That'll help. And the
Can't
camera will change its other settings to make up for it.
Right.
And you can still stream in 60p if you want to. It's just to get rid of things that flicker. It's anytime things are powered with AC. That's typically what you're going to get.
So shutter then is moving from 60 to 30. Then that's just like frame rate, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it can still be putting out 60. It's just taking pictures 30 times a second, right? It can still output 60 frames. It's just that every 2 frames will be the same.
got it.
Right.
No,
So,
already made
but
a huge difference.
when it's dimming LEDs, it's turning them. Anytime you change colors, when you have an RGB strip, it's using pulse width modulation, right? It's PWM. To dim an LED, you basically have to turn it on and off slower and slower and slower. Now, our eyes are so slow at adapting to light that we don't see it. But the camera is taking pictures 60 frames a second. That's why movies are shot at 24 frames, because our eyes, that just looks like nice blurry motion to us. But the camera can go so much faster that it's actually seeing the LEDs being turned on and off. So that's what you're seeing.
Interesting.
Because there's no dimming in LED.
Sorry. Sorry. Couldn't help myself.
Andrew says I have an HDMI capture device for my next NEX VG10, or if I borrow the BM. Yeah. If you get a real computer, even if you build like a mini ATX or something, so it's something where you have PCI slots, you can get an HDMI capture card that'll have like HDMI ports on it. That way you're not transferring it into the USB. Now, USB can handle it if you have USB 3, right? It can handle that bandwidth, but a lot of times it's also powering the device. It's also, trying to do a lot over the same small section. Now, when I first started using the ZV-10s, I just went out USB, but it would only support 720. And at the time, I didn't care, but now I have HDMI going straight from the camera.
Yeah, so this has HD. This one's running into a capture card, and very true. This one's running into a capture card. I have 2 different capture cards hooked up to my computer. I have one for my gaming and then one for this. So,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what I did is I took, as long as you have USB 3, USB 3 can hold a lot. There's a lot of bandwidth there. And what I did is I took the HDMI out of my cameras and I put it into a USB adapter, USB 3 adapter that has an HDMI socket on one end and a USB 3 on the other. And those plug into a USB 3 powered hub that then plugs into my computer.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm going to be asking a lot of questions about computers and stuff like that because I know a little bit, but not a whole lot. Like I need to be able to put together a computer that's capable of streaming and handling all of these like all of the different cameras. Because, like, I guess question, when Wayne is doing his videos, and obviously I know you're not in there with him, but it seems like when he is like doing his thing, he's just moving up to a camera and he's just saying this might look better on the front camera, and there's almost zero transition. It seems like all of his cameras are recording at once. Is that correct?
They are. That's how he does it. So he records all of his cameras. He records on all his cameras, then takes all of those individual SD cards and loads them into his. He syncs them together, puts them all together, and then while he's in Premiere or DaVinci, he lets it run and he manually chooses which camera to view on you have program and preview, right? So the previews are all showing all the cameras on the left, and he manually selects as it's playing. He manually selects which camera to show on the output.
My God!
Just like in a TV truck. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That's a lot of work. That's insane.
Yeah, he's not recording all of them to his computer. He literally records each of them on its own SD card and then turns them all on, syncs them together, with a clap or a clapperboard or whatever. And then he loads every one of those individual cameras into the editing software and then chooses which one to view at the time when he's doing output.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well,
I've talked to him about it. Yeah.
It's super fascinating. I've been curious because, like, I've tried to explore that. Like, there's no way that your computer, like my computer, can handle it. And I thought that was just like a better computer thing. I do 3. That's how I line up my audio. Yeah, that's very interesting. I've never, all of those cameras. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's the other side, right? The other side to being a content creator and being a modeler. It's like not just modeling is expensive, but the content creation side is really expensive. And if you want to do it, you got to spend some money to do it. And I'm now at like, when it comes to upgrades, I would probably say technology is probably the furthest behind. And that's the thing that I need to address. So, yeah, computer's been a thing. So, especially lately and during streams, I've gotten a Wi-Fi booster. Todd and you were talking about getting the what is it, the Ubiquity or
Ubiquity.
What is it called?
Ubiquity.
Ubiquity. Yeah, getting one of those router. I talked to Kat about that, and she is all for it because she was also running into some bandwidth issues, despite the fact that she's sitting right next to the router. We've looked at a couple of different options for all of that, so definitely going to be going that route. Oh yeah, but someone told us talking about the behind the scenes of content creation on a live stream was boring. Huh. I wonder if the same person anyway. It's, Ken Chase says it is. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, that's but it is one of those things, where like, there's this whole like landscape of like building models, and then it's not just building models, it's also like how do we get it recorded and get it up, and super fascinating. Eric's asking, is my PC hardwired to the router? No, it's not. I wish it was. The router is all the way on the other end of the house, and there's no way Cat would let me run that much Cat 5, or Cat 6. Just no way.
There's too much cat in the house.
Too much. This is a cat house, and there'd just be cat everywhere. Yeah, this house isn't wired for. There's only one coax plug. There's only one Ethernet plug. There's only one phone jack in this entire house, and it's in the master bedroom, which is where Cat's bedroom is. And so, yeah, it really sucks. And we have like really fast internet, but I'm having to rely on Wi-Fi. And even with the booster, I've seen there's a little Wi-Fi icon that pops up in the corner letting me know that my Wi-Fi is a little weak, and it drives me nuts. Like when I'm playing video games and I'm downloading a game, I will literally grab my PlayStation 5 and move it to the other end of the house to download a game. Super annoying. Super annoying. So lots of stuff to think about, and definitely like the technology side of things. Like I've been meaning to ask that for a little while. Like why can't I run everything all at once that I want to? Like sometimes like my keyboards don't like working because they're competing for resources on the USB hubs, and it kind of just sucks. So that's next. Nice. Yeah, I mean Wi-Fi is not. I've streamed every time through Wi-Fi. Like I've done everything that I need to, but
Donnie, you got to remember he's in one building that has how many apartments in it?
12.
There's only 4 on each floor.
Yeah, 4 on each floor.
I mean, it's just, and everybody's on Wi-Fi, and when you're fighting over the same 3 channels, that's where it's a problem. That's why I said Ubiquity. Like we use Ubiquity here, and we got sick of trying to deal with everybody using the same Wi-Fi we were on, obviously, with them interfering with it. So what we did is we just blasted them out of the park with a super high-powered access point, and so now they have to deal with us, and I don't have any problems anymore.
I want the same thing. I can tell you what, if I were to design my own place, if I were to design my own house, it would have Ethernet ports in every single room. Just every room. No
2.
Wi-Fi. 2. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
4.
Like, you know what's interesting is the lab. In my lab, I do have 2 Ethernet ports, so the computer is hardwired. But even when I first started on streaming with HDM, I was on a laptop that was hardwired. Well, originally I started on wireless, and I kept getting that wireless icon in StreamYard. Then I went to wired, and I kept getting it even wired because the laptop wasn't strong enough. And now I have a PC in there with a wire, and I don't have a problem. It's rough.
It's rough. Yeah, and that's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's the problem with 5G is the N bands don't go very far. Even just a typical drywall wall can drop signal by a ton. So again, you get one of those ER multi, MIMO access points that just blows the neighbors out of the water, so you have the strongest signal no matter what. They have to deal with your interference. Ken says, gonna have to switch to a keyboard using a PS2 connector. Yeah, or get one Bluetooth adapter and use a Bluetooth keyboard. Johnny says, "There's an Android app called Wi-Fi Analyzer." Yep, I told him about that. Did you ever install it?
Yeah. I did, and
shows the channel, and when you get to see how much your network is fighting with everybody else.
We're on the same network, and I haven't been able to figure out how to change my band yet.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if do you have some like mom and pop internet company, or is it a big one?
It's Comcast.
It's Comcast. Okay.
Yep.
I wonder if everybody in that building got the same router that's all defaulted to the same channel. Nobody knows how to change it, so everybody's sitting on channel 11 or something stupid.
That's what it seems like. Yeah, I walked around and it was pretty much the same. Yeah. All right, Steven. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, no, that Wi-Fi analyzer was fantastic. I've used it at work, and we moved the router or our Wi-Fi router because of it. And I'm like, can we just move that over there, please? Like, it'll work better. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, something to think about. I never thought about getting one Bluetooth hub and then having everything connect to that and then out through there.
You can have a Bluetooth mouse, keyboard, keypad. I got that little Bluetooth 10 key.
Yeah.
It's great for doing the switching cameras and such. It's your own little cheap stream deck.
Yep.
All that. Yeah. Yep. And get it all with Bluetooth.
I might need to buy.
Matter of fact, if you end up building a computer, you can get motherboards that have Bluetooth already built in. You don't even need to take a port. Yep.
All right.
Johnny says you can change it on Comcast. That's what we have, and he had to adjust his. Yep.
What did you do to change it? Because I wasn't able to see that immediately. The worst part is 1.4. The Comcast crap one.
Yeah. We had I was telling Jordan, it's like when all the people, when they sent everybody home during COVID and we had so many people that needed to upgrade their router to do VPN from home. And we're just like, well, here's the deal. If you're using the crappy ISP one that they gave you for free, there's a reason it's free. When it has the modem and the wireless and the router all built into one thing, it's not that good. So Jet says, I use a GoPro 12 mini for overhead, an iPhone 14 shooting 4K, editing Premiere on a MacBook, Apple M2 Max. Yeah. I just, for the majority of people, 4K is overkill. Most people are watching your videos on a phone, and 4K is overkill for that. I'm here sitting in front of two 27-inch monitors, and 4K is overkill for that. And if I go out to my 85-inch TV, I can't tell if it's 4K unless I'm 6 inches away. So it's so much more data. Takes longer to edit, takes longer to export, it's a crazy. That right now is the only benefit they have, is that you can zoom in, right? So you can present an image that's 1/4, you can zoom in, 400% and still have an HD image, right? You can even go even farther if you go to 720. The NFL did that. They were one of the first people. They started shooting 4K years and years ago because they could zoom in even outside of what they're broadcasting, because they only broadcast 720.
Right.
And so because they were broadcasting 720, they'd shoot in this 4K, and they had this whole field of things. They could literally grab sections the camera wasn't even looking at because it was in that field of vision, and zoom in on things that you couldn't normally see. NFL's been doing it for a long time.
Wow.
Tony says, I don't remember. I'll have to check. If the login to the router using the IP listed on the box and somewhere in the settings, I can't check and be online at the same time.
Okay, for sure.
Okay. Eric says, switching to good Nighthawk router improves my connection dramatically. Yeah, I had one of the we went through so many routers here before we ended up on the Ubiquity. We had the ROG, the Asus ROG that looks like an upside down dead spider, with the 8 antenna sticking out of it. We went through so many, and we kill routers too because we push so much bandwidth through them. They last about Ken says I should get a head mount for my camera. Some people do until you're looking down at you peeing in the toilet. Eric says I would not pay subscription-based editing software, given how good Resolve is, even in their free version. Yeah, I have to pay for Adobe because I need Lightroom and Photoshop for all the pictures. So it just comes with Premiere. That's why I use it. I should try out Resolve just because so many people here are using it, just to be able to help out how to use it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing
I go to
product.
sleep while it renders. Yeah.
Yeah, I was shooting in 4K, and it was you were the one who convinced me not to. And for me, what I experienced was it just when I was editing, every single time you make a cut, it re-renders the new cut, right? And it was killing my video card. And what wound up happening is it wound up melting the fan on the video card. It was pretty bad. Nice, Adobe.
Anytime you make changes to, if you speed up or slow down a clip, if you reverse direction on a clip, if you have graphic overlays, things like that, it has to re-render all that stuff. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. When I did the intro for the Falcon with the sliding text, the intro, the text that goes off into the distance, every time I make an adjustment for that, I move it 2 pixels to the left, and have to re-render the whole thing. Oh. Tony says, I like Resolve, but I only know the basic functions. I really should play with it because if I get to know it, then I can show other people how to use it to make cool stuff.
And
I'm sure it has a lot of the same features as Adobe.
It does, and the biggest difference is just I think I haven't used Adobe too much. Resolve, I've only just started really digging in and using. But really, it's just the way the data is stored. That seems to be the biggest difference. Otherwise, all of the settings are roughly the same. Everything seems pretty much the same. It's a really nice, it's intuitive program.
If you want to play with some stuff, they make Premiere Rush, which is their free version.
I tried, and it just wasn't enough.
It is basic. It's for basic editing. It's not crazy. I mean, there's so many things I can do in Premiere. They added movies, full length feature films in Premiere. Mm-hmm. And I could barely scratch the surface. I could probably use Resolve and get away with it.
Probably could. I mean, the thing with Resolve is it's very user friendly, and then the further deeper you go into it, it's still user friendly. You just kind of have to understand what you're doing, and so it works really well. I spend a lot of time getting lost in edits. I'll be like, "Oh, what's this do?" and then proceed to spend 15 minutes going down some weird rabbit hole. and never actually do the thing that I was looking to do. But that's the thing is it's really intuitive. If you think something should be done that way, it's kind of how it is done. Which is the one thing I was using CapCut beforehand, which is the TikTok of of editing programs, and I used it for a long time. It works great. It's a free program, but it was just becoming more and more limited for transitions and effects, and it just was. I reached the end of that program being viable for me. I started doing all of my videos in Clipchamp. I didn't know any better. So, excuse me. My current computer, I have no idea. I think I've got a 12th generation chip in my computer, and that's about it. It has a wannabe RTX, it all wannabe. So, nice.
He did the remote editing. He had his guy with him.
I know. Just he's just sitting there like Andrew's schmoozing and doing things, and he's over there just editing his videos, and it's freaking amazing. Yeah, Wonderfest this year, I do want to produce a couple of videos while I'm there. If I actually want to edit while I'm there, I just don't know. Like, there's so much time to do other things. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, like, I know you had intended to like do some editing, and you were considering not like bringing somebody this year, but then you're kind of like, yeah, I might bring him along as well. And that'd be amazing. Like if I had an editor, oh my god, there's some YouTubers out there that like they're big enough they can afford to have a person just edit for them, and that would be amazing. Just focusing on the content. But I gotta say that a lot of the fun of creating the videos is the edit. I really do enjoy editing. I know that they're gonna be Donnie's gonna hop up and say, edit? That's a 4-letter word. I don't think it's no, it's not. It's a Alder Lake, whatever the hell that is. That's the processor. That's a 12th gen Alder Lake processor. Or is it an Alder Lake 5? I don't know. I know just a little bit about computers. I've built put together a couple of computers, but I still didn't know what I was doing. Jet, I agree. Editing is an art form. It's as much a part of the creative process as building the models. I find that if I have a good edit, I'm very happy with the work that was done. Even if I did not do the greatest job of build on that particular segment or whatever, a good edit makes me feel really good. And I know, when you edit a video and you release it and you put it out there and it's a good one, and you watch the YouTube analytics and you're kind of like, oh yeah, this is performing just as I expected it. It really is a fantastic sorry, I was reading Ken's comment. Oh, I see. It's a water-cooled base PC. Okay.
He was asking if it's worth having one. I don't think that's going to change stuff getting inside the case. You're still going to have plenty of fans.
Yeah. So. Alder Lake is Intel, Donnie says.
Well, he just puked stats. Look at him go.
He did. Yep. Very reminiscent. Yeah, no, the editing is one of the best process. I experimented briefly with doing voiceovers. I like doing them because it's the freedom to build. I don't like editing them at all. Editing is the one thing that I don't have a lot of time for. I wish I had more time. I said it earlier, if I could do this for a job, I would. It would be easy to break this down into you have the build phase, and then you have the the pre-build and then build, and then the production side of it where you're building the videos. I wish I had time for all of that, because the editing is a lot of fun. You can really change the narrative of build with your edit. You can do a really interesting job of making something really boring seem a little fun. And I'm learning about all of that, like using speeds, changing speeds of segments. Like I did that with the Falcon the other day. That was a lot of fun, because normally I would have just cut out that entire part of that build, but instead in 45 seconds, you're going to see me do 10 minutes worth of work. And that's a lot of fun, and be able to put music over the top of it, music that's fun to listen to. And it's just all those little bits. It's just as creative as building the model. And so with doing the voiceovers, what I find is that I'm able to build the model, but I'm not thinking about the edit while I'm building the model. Right. And so while I'm filming a segment or recording an episode or whatever, I will do my pauses, when I am switching between segments. If I'm switching from stage 44 to stage 45 on a part work build, for instance, I'm going to say, okay, let's go ahead and get on to stage 45. And then I'm going to hold my hands here in place for just a second. and then I'm going to wait, and then I move on, right? And then I'll take a break, and then just let the recording go, and I don't need to worry about anything happening in there. And then I'm able to step back into it and start recording again. And it allows for me to stop, make a mistake, and then be like, okay, start again, And so I try to pay attention to those little things. Editing is challenging from this time perspective. It takes about roughly, for me at least, I don't know how it is, but for others, but for me, what's the best way of putting it? It generally takes me about double the amount of time to edit the video as the production. So if I have like an hour-long production, it'll take me about 2 hours to edit the video. And then I go back and rewatch that edit and then give it one more clean pass. And so I don't watch fast because I like to, oh, you're an insane man. But then again, our builds are completely different from each other, and that's the beauty of YouTube. And that's the beauty of like all of us doing this in different ways, like the way Donnie puts out videos, the way Ian puts out videos, the way Andrew, where you put out videos. Like we're all doing things a little bit differently, and we hope to. I do, yeah, like all the time. I say stupid things while I'm recording, Donnie, quite a bit. I can never get through an intro without screwing it up. Never once. Never once. And my first mistakes will be in the intro, and then I won't have a mistake the rest of the way. But I speak so fast and I'm talking so much that I will forget what I'm saying. I'll forget what I'm talking about because I'm just talking. Or I will literally speak, and then stumble because I can't like put all the words together all properly. And so, sometimes like, I do too. Donnie says it just adds flavor to the video. I will do that too. It depends. Like I used to really focus on being, like picky about that. Like if I do a quick stumble and then I do a quick correction these days, I allow that because it's a much more human way of talking. But it's that choice, right? Like to leave that in because I leave enough of a gap that I could edit it out, but then it causes the scene to jump a little bit. And so it's that cut, put it together, run it, see how it goes, and then maybe back it up and change the cut position. Like that's where the fine detail kind of comes into play. And then with the mistakes, whether you allow them or not, right? For instance, last week on the Enterprise D video, I was really struggling with that particular hull panel to put in place. And like, I just cut the tab. Like I just finally got tired of dealing with it. And I just cut the tab, right? And during the recording of that, I'm like, do you say something?
No, my computer likes to freeze, lock up every once in a while for like a second.
Got it.
It's a hard drive spinning down or spinning up.
But like when I was recording it, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to not say that I cut off that tab, right? I'm just going to say I fixed it and I left that part in the recording. But then during the edit, I was watching it and I'm like, it'd be kind of cool just to see someone snip off a piece of die cast. And so I did it, and I left it in there. And it's that whole like choosing of the narrative. And so editing is so much fun. I wish I had more time for it. I really wish that I can get 3 passes on each one of my videos. I know that like when I go back and watch some of my videos, like for instance, the misspelling of the word question in my my video for my last Falcon video. That one is because of the font set that I use. If you capitalize letters, it changes the first letter for whatever reason. I don't know why it does that, but it does. And so that just got through. But like if I had rewatched that again, I would have caught that mistake and edited that out, sort of thing. And so like that's the beauty of like having time for it. I'll often record all of my stuff at once and then I'll edit. If the video comes out here's a little behind the scenes for you. If one of my videos comes out at 10 Eastern or 7 Pacific, that means that I have edited the video and uploaded it with time to spare. That means that it was done before. If my video comes out at any other time than 7 a.m. or 10 a.m., respectively, on coasts, I've literally edited that video the morning of and desperately tried to upload it to YouTube and let it process in time up to HD before I leave for work. So, like, I will get up early in the morning, first thing, get some coffee, get going, and then I am literally off to editing. And so there's a lot of times where I wake up super early in the morning and it's just, oh boy, I got to edit a nice 2-hour recording session this morning, and it can be a little tedious if everything is working out for me right. Like the recording itself is the easy part, it's the edit. If I ever miss an episode where I'm not releasing something or something like that, I've got it recorded. I just haven't edited it. And so that's kind of the thing. And so a little bit behind the scenes of, like, if you guys notice when I release videos, I try to release them at about 6 or 7 o'clock my time. That's when most of my viewers are watching. I pay attention to the analytics and I kind of like know the day of the week. Like I will release a video on Friday a little later in the day, like probably 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning, just because no one's watching my videos at that time. That sort of thing. So, but for the most part, if you see it release at a weird time, it's because I just edited the video and I'm desperate to get it out.
You should
There were
switch these
times like,
things.
what's that?
I said you should switch your 2 cameras since there's nothing going on your desk. Your face cam should be the bigger one. This whole time.
I know.
Andrew says his Canadian intros usually one take wonders. Outros are multiple takes. Boyd thing takes a lot of time to get right. Donnie says I just pause the recording those times till I figure out the problem, then I restart the recording and explain why I do or what wrong. Like in his last R2 video where the screw would not fit in the brace rod. I don't know what that's all about. I saw that.
Weird. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, I've noticed that there are many different styles for recording. I've kind of chosen to do my recordings this style. I don't know why. I just did. Like I've recorded this way since the very beginning. It's kind of all I know how to do. Like watching the Ensign's Chair, for instance, he records that style. Buck records that style. Donnie, you record that style. A bunch of guys. Ian records that style. Like it's a very common, normal way of recording YouTube videos. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like I have no problem with it. It's just not how I choose to do it. I like to let the camera just run because I will oftentimes forget to do my sync if I like stop recording and then I start recording again, because I don't record my audio with my video. My audio is recorded on a separate program and then I have to mate them together. I don't like the way that audio is processed through OBS, which is my recording program. I don't like how the audio sounds through my phone when I was recording it through the phone. I like to run my audio through Audacity. And so I have to sync them up. And a lot of the times what would happen is I would be recording, I'd stop a segment, and then I'd forget to sync them up. Right? Not the worst thing in the world, but the worst thing is for me is having audio that sucks ass. Like I don't want audio that doesn't match what's being seen on the screen. Todd is one of the things that he emphasized to me and something that I keep in mind always. Audio is so important for YouTube. Having great audio in poor video is totally fine as long as you're able to be heard and understood. And so for me, like that's the most important part. And if I'm talking and my hands are like, if I'm crinkling a piece of plastic, I want awesome. See, we're the same guy. I know it. But if I'm crinkling a piece of plastic, I want that crinkle to actually make like it looks like it's supposed to. Like it looks like it's crinkling, and then if you're hearing it, I want it to also be like synced up. And so that's really important to me. And like audio is really important to me. I will go ahead. Like as you guys saw, I'll move off the side just a little bit for a second. back behind like the Dockyards logo there, I have soundproofing back behind my where I record. I used to have one of the a podcast microphone, and that was the one that I got rid of because it was just so loud. It was picking everything up. I would have that right there, and so the sound was really tinny, and it sounded like crap. So I put the soundproofing back there, and it made it much better. But the problem is like I said, that microphone was picking up everything. I've considered going back to it. We'll see. I have it as a backup, but currently with my USB situation, I can't activate it. So is what it is. So yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of the behind the scenes. I do also, Donnie, as well. I do all my video through OBS. OBS is constantly on my computer, I swear. If I left my virtual camera on and somewhere to hack in, they'd just see some weird farting sleeping. You know, I mean, like OBS is pretty much always running. I really enjoy it. I need to understand it a little bit better though, because there's a lot of times that I'm like running into, like if I run into a situation where I'm not quite sure what just happened with my technology, I don't know how to fix it. And a lot of times like I wind up having like, oh crap, hold on, I'll put my finger up on the screen and it takes me like 3 or 4 minutes to figure out my audio or something like that. I really need to get all of that dialed in a little bit more. That's where I feel like I can up my professional game a little bit with videos. It's just making sure that, you know, if something happens, I'm able to react. If I'm on stream, one of my own personal streams, I need to be able to react. Obviously, like if I'm on Hobby Time Modelers and we're streaming there, like it's less important. I can just say, hey, I'll be right back, or I'll put my finger up on the screen and say 1 minute, and other people can carry on the conversation. But, you know, as streaming has become a big part of what I'm doing, and I really do enjoy this part of it, I need to make sure that the technology side of things is taken care of. And so, yeah, that's why we've been talking about this for basically the last hour. Yeah, so that vMix thing is super fascinating, and you need to really look into it. And once again, I'm computer savvy, but I'm not a computer guy, right? Like it's not what I do. I manage people for a living. So you want me to coordinate and get a bunch of people moving together in one direction, I'm your guy. If you want me to figure out why this USB hub is not working, I'm not your guy, right? That's just the reality of it is. Now, I know that you can unplug it, plug it in, and maybe you can turn off the computer and turn it back on. Maybe. But do I know why? And I'm not going to pretend. There are experts out there. You know, thankfully, you know, Ian and Todd are both, you know, Todd, what is your official title, if you don't mind me saying? Are you a network engineer? What is your
I am a principal network engineer / site reliability engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I've got this guy. If I got an issue, I know where to go, right? And that's the thing. Like good people who leaders, like no, like I always tell people in management that speaking of, I said his name 3 times and he popped in. Whenever I'm teaching someone to manage or lead or anything like that, the biggest misconception in leadership is that when you're the finger pointer and you're the person in charge and you're the end all say all, it's your way or the highway. And that's not the truth. The biggest thing that a leader and a manager does is they are a facilitator. They are a coordinator. They're the person who knows where to get the information and all of that and how to direct it out. And so that's what I'm really good at. And I always try to pay attention to what people do so that I can get help when I need it. So, you know, it's one of those things where, like, you know, for me, like, technology wise, I'm just apt enough. I got to say that the 3D printing has me a little, I'm going to have to learn, you know, but I have ideas for the 3D printing and things that I want to do. And I really wish that I had gotten that printer tonight. That would have been really cool to unpackage. But, you know, that's the whole thing is like, I want to be able to learn and up my game. And so when I do ask Todd for help for, with the computer issue. And when I'm going to be sourcing parts to build a computer and all that jazz, I'm going to be asking for help. And that's the biggest thing. You need to be able to ask for help. And if you're an expert, then trust me when I say that I will be coming to you and asking for the help. If you guys need help making pizza, I got you. Need help in coordinating and leading people, I've got you. If you need help with a difficult conversation and how to have like a tough conversation with someone and you have to fire them or whatever, I've got you. You want me to talk about models? I got you in some ways. But when it comes to technology, like I'm just not all the way there, and I don't pretend to know. And so, yeah, at this point, it's going to be, I need some help. So the beauty of the Saturn III Ultra is it has a built-in air filtration system. It's one of the things that I really wanted to show. The Saturn III Ultra is the outgoing, like, top-end model for Elegoo. They have the Saturn IV Ultra that just came out, and it's basically the same thing. They're both 12K printers. The Saturn IV Ultra obviously has a bunch of new features and all of that. But one of the things with the Saturn III Ultra is it has a built-in filtration system, so there's zero smell. My concern is just Sawkins. He wants to know about his Dash's cousin. I'm surprised. I think Dash said he had to go help his cousin tonight, actually, Ken. Said he probably wasn't going to be stopping by. I can help you. If you want me to stand there and awkwardly go, I will, 100%. But like with the 3D printer with the Saturn, it has the built-in air filtration system, so there's zero smells. I've watched probably about 15-20 review videos on it, and I'm not seeing anything about that. As Jet says right below, and Ian, thank you. I'm glad, like, you're a technology guy too, so like that makes me feel better. Thank God. It's the toxicity. So you can't touch resin, you can't do anything with it, you have to wear a mask, you gotta, so thankfully I'm only gonna be messing with exactly. I mean, I'm under no illusions. I'm about to literally have UV resin and stuff like that in full here. But I picked up at Dave's recommendation the Sunlu ABS-like resin. So I have this. I'm only really planning on printing either in gray or in clear. So hopefully it's not going to make too much of a difference. But the big thing is something, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, where I am going to be setting this up is going to be over by my window. I'm hoping that's going to be good enough. My fear is my heater in my bedroom doesn't work so well. So heat and temperature is something that I know you have to pay attention to. So I need to make sure that, like, they have the built-in heaters actually, and that's something that I need to think about. It has a little USB. Great point, Jet. Not everything that smells is toxic, and some things that don't smell. Very true. And this stuff is incredibly toxic. Everything that I've read all of the stuff. I even read the MSDS forum, as crazy as it sounds. I did check out the MSDS for this. I know what I'm working with. A lot of experience with really caustic chemicals. As I just sit there and fling this thing around. I have all the safety equipment that I need. I've got proper gloves. I got wrist gloves. But I really don't plan on changing the resin too often. I don't know how often I'm going to be printing as well. That label looked like ass like for a second. It did actually. But for that, I'll be able to put that over on the other side of the room. I also have the wash and cure station that I need to think about installing. I've considered like totally rearranging my space. I've reached the point now where like models are going to be, says the pizza shop guy. Yes, actually. So we have to use, well, does Ian know yet, Todd? Yay. Farts smell horrible, but won't kill you, Ian says. Donnie, good night. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Sorry we couldn't unpackage the 3D printer. We'll make sure to get that on camera. Probably do it on Friday stream or something like that. We'll see. But where was I going? Oh, for the caustic chemicals, I do actually. We have some pretty strong degreasers. Our ovens are stainless steel fronts, and they collect a lot of that crap that picks up like all the stuff that comes out of the ovens, and so we have to use some pretty strong chemicals. Like I had a job when I was younger that was for the federal government that I can't talk about because of a non-disclosure agreement. It's like a tuba barfed. Fair point. But I had a job for the federal government on an NDA, and so I can't really talk too much about it. But I had to use a chemical that they use to, lack of a better term, if a compartment aboard a submarine explosively decompresses for some reason and they still have the submarine, this stuff cleans that off of the walls. So I was using that every single day in the job that I had, and I'm well aware of like what to do. Paint department for film, lots of bad stuff. Oh yeah, like paint, the stuff that we deal with. Todd, the super glue, the fact that we were burning the super glue off of the thing and we're literally putting cyanide out there. Like,
good stuff.
Just breathing it for fun. Like, it's which federal government? The US federal government. Yes. I wish that the NDA was a little bit more fascinating than it really was. Is there a way I can get around this? I'm likely not going to get caught for anything, but I take NDAs seriously. I cleaned a meat packing facility for submarines. Yeah. That's about all I can say. Basically what it was a food processing facility. It's where they supplied the ship. I can't talk about it because some of the stuff that they were doing in there, like, it's nothing bad. It was just, I'm not disclosing anything beyond. I've danced around this before. There were things that they were doing inside of the facility that I can't talk about. It's not like I worked for a meat processing facility. But there were other activities that were happening in that facility that I can't talk about. And this was at Subbase Bangor, which is the largest submarine base on the West Coast. It was also one of the largest nuclear stockpiles on the West Coast. So I'm pretty familiar with, working with hardcore chemicals. And then the stuff that we deal with here, I mean, like super glue and UV resin is not a friendly stuff to work with, like the resin that I just showed you guys is not friendly to work with. Like all of this stuff, like, it's interesting how modeling kind of like has this Venn diagram between so many different like hobbies and all of that. Like, you can find stuff for building models in the nail community, right? Like within nails. Like the files that I use are from nails, like the solvent pumps that we use for our part work models. Like, this is lab equipment, right? This is EST safe, so electrostatic discharge safe. Like, these can't catch fire by themselves, right? Like those sort of things. And we're dealing with all this stuff and we're just buying it for fun, and we have it, and it's so fascinating. And so, like, when something like this comes up where it's like everyone who has told me, like, Dave, like, is the 3D printing guy in our group, right? He gave me like a 20-minute lecture, basically. Not a lecture, but he gave me a whole like safety instruction, like, here's what you need to do for handling the resin, and here's how you should pour it, here's how you should be handling it, here's what you do afterwards. It's true. I was working for that agency on 9/11. Needless to say, let me tell you, going to work that day was an absolute freaking nightmare. I had to sit outside the base in line for like 8 hours in my car while they inspected every single one of them. It was an absolute. I kind of missed that job in a way. It was just a temporary job, but it was a lot of fun. I wound up working at Costco doing the same thing a little later on. This was right before I started making pizza. So it was that, and then pizza. How it's turned into 24 years of pizza, I have no idea. Um, but oh, to go back to what Andrew said there, just think about all the bad stuff that those Wizard of Oz actors were all exposed to. I just read an article about that and how every single one of them had some sort of like nasty, nasty disease afterwards. Or the girl in Goldfinger who died because they covered her entire body in the gold paint that was non-breathable, and she literally suffocated yet despite breathing. Like insanity, you know. And Costco also gave me an NDA. Yes, they did. Actually, I've signed a few NDAs in my life. The coolest one, I can say who I worked for, but I can't tell you what I did. And it's really okay. So for a long period of time, yeah, I can talk about this. For a long period of time, I'm a restaurant general manager. I make a decent wage now, but I've had to really work hard and negotiate my way up to this pay. Like I can afford to do all these things and make it all work. I pay my bills and all of that. Savings are, yeah, we'll talk about that. But anyway, for many years though, I was doing catering. So I was doing like a bartender catering gig. So I'm a fully trained bartender as well. In addition to all the drinks or all the recipes and everything that I have upstairs, I'm also a fully trained, classically trained bartender. And so I was working for a catering company, and we were basically, you cater for the elite in the area. And I actually got to do a catering job at Bill Gates' house. That was pretty cool. I can't talk about what happened in there, what the house was like, all that. That's all pretty much what it was. But I got to meet Bill Gates. I got to go to his house, and I got to personally cater for him. I've personally catered for Gene Juarez and Felix Hernandez, who played for the Mariners for many, many years. Like I've done some catering on that front because it was extra money. I needed extra money. So I've done a lot of kind of like side work like that. And I've signed quite a few NDAs for that. That was a fascinating job. It ended, the company that I worked for, just cement folded out of nowhere, which was a little bit disappointing considering what they were charging for their catering services. But now that I think about it, I know why. Actually, now that I think about it, like they were charging like for a slider like this big, that big of a slider, $20. Just insanity. Andrew's saying they had to change Michael Dorn's makeup because it was badly affecting his skin early on. Yes, John Rhys Davies and Lord of the Rings had such an allergic reaction that he, like, it was torture for him to put on that makeup. Though what prosthetic actors go through, insane. Like I think of the actor who played Saru in Discovery, and how he is a very prolific, because of his height and his lankiness and all of that. Like he's a prolific character or creature actor, and he said in a recent interview that his skin is just destroyed. And it's just awful. Like what entertainment, like what it takes to be able to do all that. Like I can only imagine what some of these chemicals back here are like. Like at the top of all this rack, there's a bunch of like lacquers and primers and stuff like that. And I have personally sprayed lacquer in here without actually busting out the air booth or the paint booth. And I'm just breathing this in, like I don't do it with resin. The resin pieces, I always wear a mask while I'm doing that. But that's the thing, like we're always constantly dealing with this crap, and it's just like when you think about it, like even in just me, who's a pizza maker. Oh, Doug Jones absolutely specializes in that role. He played the alien who had the eyes that were on his hands and was like that. He was that alien. He's done a bunch of stuff. He was the water creature in that one weird movie where the chick fell in love with the creature in the water and they had a really weird sex scene. Yeah, he was that creature. Like Doug Jones is one of the Saru was one of the very best characters on Discovery, I believe. His character journey, his hero's journey was pretty cool. But yeah, like all of the stuff that we do and all the stuff that we interact with, like it's always kind of caustic. But you know, when we get stuff like this, like 3D printing, like I'm not taking it at all like non-seriously. Like I may laugh at a fart way too much, but I will definitely take that seriously. And when it comes to the 3D printing side of things, you know, I really like the big thing that I want to do right now is just get into creating the panels for the Reliant, for instance, LED harnesses, tool holders. Eric, I'm definitely going to be doing the idea that you had. It's going to be the very first thing that I design and print. I can't wait for that. But you know, stuff like that. Like I'm not like trying to be this crazy 3D printer, but the fact that I have one now is like kind of like the next step. And so, where am I going to put it? I have no clue. It was an order and I just did it. I'm like, it's my birthday. Why not? I'll just do this. And oh, Hocus Pocus, really? Really? Oh, I did not know that. Interesting. Okay. um, but yeah, so like I'm not. There's no like big plans for doing the Dave thing and all of that. But to kind of finish up today, and we've been going for 3.5 hours now. The last thing that I kind of want to talk about is the future of my models. I've reached the end of storage capacity. I don't like. I'm going to be building certain models. Certain models are going to be hanging around, like the 2700 scale Star Destroyer for Green Strawberry. I'm 100% going to keep that one. The Buddy Build model, the Reliant with Ken, going to keep that model. Obviously, the Enterprise D, the Big Falcon, the Perfect Grade, stuff like that. I'm going to keep. But as I don't have any plans on stopping this YouTube channel thing anytime soon, the reality is that I'm going to start pulling out, or I'm just going to start having way too many models to be able to actually do anything with them here. I've talked to Kat. It's displaying them in the house. It's just not like it will ruin the aesthetic of the house. She won't be very happy with it. Like I'll probably be able to get the Big Falcon out there. I have an idea for a coffee table for that. But going forward, like models like the Enterprise C, as crazy as it is to me, I don't really have a huge personal attachment to it. And so as we go forward, I'm going to be looking at building a model and then not keeping it. What that means, like I'm not necessarily looking at getting into commission work or anything like that, but as I finish a series and I don't want the model afterwards, like if it's not a special model to me in any way and it's just a really cool build, I kind of want to share that and want to get them out in there if it's something that people would be interested in. I can't, like, there's no way. Like I look at it like eventually when we do get to a bigger house and I get a bigger workshop, like it's still going to be the same thing. Like no matter what, these models are going to start taking up more and more space. I have the Starships collection coming. I'm going to start picking up some of the Eagle Moss models. So I'm going to have a bunch of these tiny little models around. Like there's other part works, right? There's other things. And so I don't want to feel like I'm being constrained by space. And that's kind of one of the things that I want to like get out of my mind in a way. So I don't know what that looks like yet. But it could be that after some series are completed and after I've had my time with the model or whatever, if I need to have some attachment time afterwards, I don't know. But I will look at either selling them, donating them, or something. I'm not quite sure what that looks like, but it's something that I've been thinking about for quite a while now. as space has just become an absolute premium around here. I cannot, like, shelves are, I bought this bookshelf just for models and it is full. The bookshelf next to it was bought just for models and it is full. Like, I could put more shelves up, but the problem is I have cats and I don't know how I keep Soji off of these shelves, right? And so that's the thing. Like, I want to be able to build these models and continue to build them, but I don't want to feel constrained. So I will explore what that looks like in the future, but just know, wow, kid, I've seen the work you do. Like, Jesus, I bet you they love those things. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to make money off this. You know, if I want to sell one or whatever, like, cool. But I will figure out what to do with these. And like, one of my thoughts is like, if I were to sell them, I would sell them for charity, right? Like, donate the funds from that to charity, stuff like that. Like, it's just a way of like getting them out there and getting them out of here. I need them out of here. You know, like the MPC Falcon, when it's done and I'm done paint muling it and it's all done, that'll be a model that'll be available for someone to grab. Something like that, you know. So those are some of the ideas that I've been having. I've been thinking a lot about the future of the channel, especially with like the 3D printer coming into play. And, you know, like, I want to start like building a little bit more for the community and not for myself. All of my models so far have been for me. And so I don't know what that looks like, but we will figure it out. So with that is going to come a website. So I'm going to be working on that here in the coming weeks, creating a website, be able to show where the, like, have a home for all pictures of the models. I tried the Discord thing, but when I'm on the Hobby Time Modelers Discord, I don't want to be on the other one. So I stopped kind of paying attention to my own Discord. But I'm going to create a website, someplace where there's a permanent place for the models to live in picture form. And then it could be a place where we can post them for sale for charity purposes or something like that. So
I
we'll
can help you
discuss
with that.
more as we go forward. But yeah, was that?
I can do that. I can help you with that. Super easy.
Love it. And that's the thing. Like, I've never really explored what creating a website looks like. And so that's the thing. Like, I want to be able to do all the things. And I know, like, last night during a stream, everyone's like, I need you to create a video for me and all that. You know, like, yeah, I know it was all in jest, but like, for me, like, what I like to do is like improve my own game, right? Like, I'm trying to learn and do all the things. And so while you're teaching me, I'm going to learn how to do that and apply it in the future. And so I love it. That's awesome. And that's the beauty of this group. Like, I don't have all the answers. And if you don't have all the answers, someone else might. And it's completely empowered me to feel like I can take the next step. And so, and that's where we are. So go back. Let me read what Andrew said here real quick. One day, if we ever afford a larger house, I want an outbuilding for a shop. Me too. I want to have an entire, like, what Cisco is doing is the ultimate dream. That is the ultimate dream. Like, I would love to have an entire outbuilding for it. That'd be amazing.
That's my plan.
Ian says, part of the reason I'm building that Warhammer thing for a family member, I get to video it and learn and then mail it. Bingo. Right? Like, and that build has been really cool for you because you've got to explore some old techniques and some new things, right? And that's what we're all trying to do, is get better at what we're doing. Like, this is an art form. Building models is art. It takes work, it takes time, it takes skill, and you only get that by doing it. And if you're hoarding it, you start to feel like, where the hell am I going to put this? So yeah, no, Ian, that's a fantastic example of what I'm trying to do. Like, if someone wants me to build a model for them, cool. You know, like, this group is probably not going to have that because we all build models. But that's the thing. Like, I got a bunch of friends who don't, and they may want one. So, and that's the thing. Like, after they lose their connection, I like how you put the spaces in between there. I just don't care. Like, there are some models that are going to be precious to me. Like, the Enterprise D is going to cost me thousands of dollars and thousands of hours, right? Sure, I'd love to. Ken, I would love to display some of your models at your house, my models at your house. be looking for that soon. But like the Enterprise D is precious. The part works models, those are different, right? Those take years, thousands of dollars, and tons of creativity for the mods. Those will always stay. I'm not going to be building a ton of those over the course of my life because I'm only interested in some of them. But when it comes to like the Enterprise C, as much as I love that model, I'm ready, one, for that series to be over with so I can stop thinking about it. And two, it's such a great model. I've done such a good job on it, but I need space for the next thing, right? And it's taking up space for the next thing. But that time won't get here anytime soon. Like I'm going to want to look at that model. I'm going to want to look at the base, the base that Todd and I are going to create for this. I want to be able to experience all that, but when it comes time to replace it and needs must, then someone else gets to have that and have a good home for it. And that's really what I'm hoping for. And it's interesting to be here because in the end, like where Andrew and I really get along, and one of the things in our very first conversations that we had at Wonderfest was talking about how, we're the younger guys in this. Like I'm a couple years younger than Andrew. And outside of Dave, I'm the youngest guy in Hobby Time Modelers. And so the younger guys need to get into building models. And, eventually, as we get older, like the older generations are going to go. And then what happens when all of us old guys are gone and no one's wanting to build models anymore? And I really, really, really want to be able to, like, if I had a dream, it would be to own my own hobby shop and have a place where we could teach kids how to build models and sponsor builds and sponsor classes and stuff like that. Because the big thing with models is that as it is an accessible hobby, absolutely. But what isn't accessible is all of the thousands of pieces of equipment that you can buy to really up your game. And there are ways of getting around that just with skill. And if you can teach that and then allow for time and money to come into play, like that's something that is like, it's important to me. And I really like to try to do that. And I've been exploring some ideas around that. Don't necessarily have the greatest credit in the world, but I have been running businesses for 25 years. And so I've been exploring some options around that. But Andrew, exactly. And that's the thing. Like we were talking about this at Wonderfest, like having a rentable workspace, having a place for people to just be able to go and work, like, because not everybody has a workbench, right? Like we all have to carve out our space for this. And if there's just a place for someone they can go in and build, like if we had lockers in the business, right? And it's shared tools, like it's a whole facility where it's just workbenches all around with soldering stations and all of that. And then you just come in and work on your model. And then you have a little storage facility to put in to put your stuff. And then you can come back and build. Like you pay a monthly fee, like $25-30 a month. And you just like that sort of thing, like make modeling more accessible. And Andrew, I agree. I enjoy building much more than I enjoy having. I love it. It's to simplify, spend less, and slow down. I have not reached that point yet, Jet. With the 2700 scale Star Destroyer for Green Strider that I'm going to be building, the buddy build with Ken, and that's going to be 10 current models that I'll be working on at the same time. And that's the thing. Like you can always put a model out there with no reserve or with a reserve. So if it doesn't get what you're looking for, yeah. I mean, for the 2700 scale Star Destroyer, there was a gentleman out there selling a completed kit, non-painted, by the way, non-painted completed kit for $600. 100% you could sell those. And the quality of your work, Ken, yes, absolutely you could sell that. And there you go. So put them up for auction. Like that's the thing. Like whatever we get, and then like I don't want money from all of this, right? Like it'd be great. Like if YouTube were to provide money, I would hope that YouTube would provide money for paint and the supplies, right? Like paint, glue, saving up a little bit towards models and stuff like that. But like if you're auctioning stuff off, like that'd be a fantastic way of like contributing towards those community services or that sort of project. Like maybe that money gets saved, excuse me, for like a down payment or something like that. Like if it has a goal, like if you're not trying to just like load your pockets up and build a model for the sake of selling it for a bunch of money, that's the whole thing. It's like Ian mentioned to me, and one of the greatest checks that I've gotten as a modeler so far came from Ian right after Wonderfest, where I'm like, I'm going to build this model and I intend on placing, and Ian's like, no, you need to build for you, right? And that's exactly it. And I want to build for me. I want to enjoy the build, but I also don't want to store it. And I want to be able to keep building and doing more and better things, but certain models will stick around, of course. But, that's the thing. Like, so building a website, getting that sort of like thing out there, like on the website, it would be just like, hey, I built this model. Here's all the pictures that I have for this model. And that's it. Right. And if the model only exists in that space for me, I know that I've done it. And I've probably run 15, 20 episodes on a series for that build. And I'll get to completely re-experience it again in the future. And that's one of the things, like for this enterprise build, for instance, when it's done, I'm curious. I might go back and watch it, watch my own series. I don't watch my own videos very often, but it'd be really fascinating to go back and watch and see the work that is done and see the progress that was made, how much I've changed as a modeler, how much the model has changed over time, like that sort of stuff. And like to be able to share that in a posterity form in a website that will always be there, because YouTube can take your video down for any reason and they don't have to keep anything there, right? And so it's not always going to be there. And so yeah, something like that is like where I'm going. So a website and looking to sell or what have you with the models. That is really cool. And I've never explored that. That'd be amazing. I might have to look into that. Obviously I've got my own workshop, but there's certain things that like woodworking kits, like stuff for woodwork, like being able to create a wooden base for a model, for instance, would be really nice. I don't have any of that equipment. I know that they have like workspaces for like working on your cars. There's one just up the road from me here, actually, which is really nice. You can rent a stall, and they have like 4 ASC certified technicians working at all times, and they will help you for a cost, of course. But it's just they got lifts and all the tools in the world that you can use, and so something like that for modeling would be really, really cool. But yeah. Andrew says, if I run out of commissions, I'll probably just do other builds and then sell them off when they're done. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, would I like to do commissions? Of course. Of course I would. I'm not going to put myself out there for that just yet. I'm still very much learning. This green strawberry thing is probably the biggest deal for me, and I need to execute that first. So we'll see. None of my commissions, Andrew says, cover the cost of my time into them, but they subsidize my hobby, so it pays for itself. And that's it exactly. Like, I mean, you're building the 650 Enterprise, and there's only a couple of guys in the world building that thing, right? Like, it's the experience of doing it. You knowing that when you see that model, when your buyers, like when the people who commissioned you for that put it out there, and you know that those models are going to get filmed, they're going to get photoed, they're going to wind up out there for the world to see, you're going to be able to say, I did that. That was me. And I have documentation to prove that I did it, but I don't have to store this giant 13-foot model or whatever, in the corner of my house. And that's the thing. And I completely agree with that. It is one of the things that, is like interesting to me, is that how transitive like possessions can be. Like I remember, Todd, when you were saying that you would just give away, some of the models, I'm like, what? That's crazy talk to me. I get it. I completely get it. And that's the thing. Because there's only so much space. Model on the go and parking in his condo. Man, that'd be interesting. I've had fantasies over time about living in an RV. Um, the only thing now that would prevent me from doing that is because you can buy like an RV. The RV industry right now, by the way, if you guys aren't familiar with the real estate market and all that crap, RV industry is currently swirling the drain. So if you guys are in the market for an RV, which is short for Ruins Vacations, if you are in a market for an RV, now is the time to buy. I was looking at a couple of fifth wheels the other day, just exploring, right? Like, because you can buy a fifth wheel brand new, a 2024 fifth wheel right now for right around $12,000 to $15,000, and it's more space than some of the apartments that are around this area. I would do that, but I have no place to build a model. So like this, I need more space, not less. Like this is literally taking up an entire, like my bedroom is like 400 square feet, something like that. And all of this is being taken up for it. So Ken, I would say you are good enough to do commissions. But you know, you got to feel like you're right for it too. Thank you, Ian. I really appreciate that. And yeah, Ken, like once again, you are more than talented enough to do the commission work, but how are you feeling about it? So that's what you need to be asking yourself. And Eric says, Ken, Ian is right for once. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. You know, I live in Seattle, man. Like, I don't like the housing around here. If I want to own a home, I got to shell out $1 million. Like, that's just how it is. And if you guys haven't noticed, I manage a pizza restaurant. Now I make good money, but not $1 million house money. So I'm exploring all options. And if I were to do the RV thing, I would 100% like I have a buddy who I could put that on his property, right? I've not explored this with Kat. I'm saying this quietly right now. Like I'm not. No. But you know, that's the thing. Like I would rent. Like it would go in a place, and then you could build like an outhouse for it. Or they also have like workspaces, like as you mentioned. Something that I would consider definitely. Ken says, I don't know if I could build things that someone wants else a specific way. And sorry to jump around. Yeah, Andrew, that is a once in a lifetime build. Insane. Yeah, I agree. It would depend on how they wanted it. And I guess that's a question for Andrew then. You know, like, does the customer state to you, like, do you define parameters for what you're willing to do? And then are they asking for things as well? Do you have to consider, like, what does that look like for you on your end? Are you able to actually do it? That sort of thing. Because I've been super curious about the whole commission side because, like, that's brain melting to me. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I would love to be like at a point where I could, you know, and who knows? Like, if someone wants to buy a model, like once again, I'm not trying to make money off all of this crap. Like, it's not. If I was doing that, I would be making other videos, like literally, and not only man's videos. Da-da, da-da. I would like if I was trying to make money off of YouTube, I would not make sci-fi models. Brutally honest with you, I would make armor models. I would build tanks. I would build airplanes. I would build military style things because that's where the subscribers are. So this is about passion. This is about the model itself, right? And the content. I love Star Wars and Star Trek. I love sci-fi. So I'm going to build Star Wars and Star Trek and sci-fi. And I don't know how I would play in that box. And so Andrew says it's very much a back and forth thing. But as a builder, I really want to make the project what the client wants. Makes total sense. Makes total sense to me. Especially as it's their money, right? And so that's the thing. So Like that'd be the tough part. Like, so that's where I think I'll dabble a little bit with. I have okay. No, and here's why, Ken. I don't know. Like you're the most generous person. Um, you have already bought me an extraordinarily large military model, and that's the Enterprise CVN 65. If I were to start with a military model, it's going to be that one. And if I were to put that on my channel, it would 100% be that one. I haven't decided how I want to approach that build. It is definitely something that I want to build here in the coming year. And if I were, like, could I get away with it on my channel? And I don't know. Like, that's the question. Do I brand out? Do I get a new channel that, like, because I've got a gaming channel that I've not activated or done anything with. I used to play video games on this channel back in the day. I got a couple series that I need to finish up. So I need to actually use that channel. And I could. I've got stuff recorded for it. I just haven't put it out. But do I rebrand and create another modeling channel and then do military stuff and see what happens? Like the problem is I just don't know enough about military stuff to be able to talk about it with any sort of authority. And the thing that military modelers are looking for is that frame of reference, that connection, that knowledge. One of the things that is really interesting, and Ian, you said you don't like watching your own videos, but some of your old videos are really good because, like your tank videos, I've watched some of your tank videos recently, and the level of knowledge and detail that you're able to bring to the table, I can't do. Like it would be like, hey, what's this tank part? Like that sort of thing. And I don't know how much I can get away with that. Now, if I were able to do it, well, and see, that's the thing. The Enterprise is the Enterprise, and it would be 100% an Admiral. It's the Enterprise. Definitely. It would play that role. And I say that I'll always be building an Enterprise on my channel. So there's that. But that's the thing. Oh my God. I thought you could start building just 350 Enterprises. So 65 TOS refit. It's funny you mentioned that. I'll talk about that too. And God, we've been going on for almost 4 hours. My God. I might wrap it up here in about a couple minutes. We might all want to go to dinner and all those things. Wow. All 350 scale. But I think I could probably get away with the Enterprise because, once again, that was a ship that my dad served on. And so I've been on the Enterprise. I've been on that ship a couple of times. It has never been to Bremerton where I grew up, but I grew up in a Navy town. I was in NJROTC in high school. I do have a little bit of familiarity with the Navy side of things. So if I were to do it, I would definitely lean into the Navy things, and I would love to build an F-14 Tomcat. I would like to build other models too. And so I'm a little afraid of stepping into the modeling community because the modeling armor community because the rivet counters. And and the thing is with Star Trek and Star Wars is I've dedicated an ungodly amount of brain power to that. Like I know it in and out. And so one of the things I was wanting to do, and it winds up most of the time my builds just wind up being talking about modeling, and that's totally fine. But like with the what do you call it? The What If Enterprise C, like I'm literally pulling from all of my deep knowledge of Star Trek to be able to tell this story. And I think it's actually a pretty good story for the ship. It's plausible for why it could still exist at the time of the Enterprise E. So I can kind of I can go down that narrative route with Star Trek. So yeah, one of those things where like Star Trek and Star Wars, I can do that, but with military, I'd have a much harder time. But it also would force me to also like learn about it, and I'm super fascinated by military stuff. I really do enjoy military everything. I just don't like pay attention to like the rivet counting details, so to say. And so if I were to do the Enterprise, my thought would be like a Sunday series, something like that, and have it out on like every once a month on Sundays, because the 350 Enterprise is a gigantic beast, but I really do want to build it because I remember what you said. You're like, I'll buy it for you only if you build it. So I do want to build it. So I saw the Tamiya 148 F14. I like that idea, Ken. I like the buddy build of an F14 with someone who knows a little bit about that, and I need to pick your brain about modeling as much as I possibly can. So 100%, like, I think that's a fantastic idea. I love the idea of buddy builds too. It's just that accountability. The perfect grade Falcon is like one of my favorite things during the week, and I can't wait to get back to it every single week. So Ian, I am going to agree with Eric. Your older videos are very informative and sort of instructional. You do a great job. And once again, when you know what you know, when you really know what you're talking about, like it really does translate through with what you're building. And that's the thing that I'm trying to keep in mind. If I was really trying to grow the channel, I would just wing it and go. But for me, I want to just grow this organically and do my own thing and build what I want to build when I want to build it. And that's kind of just how it winds up being. And so, yeah, and I have been talking now for 4 hours. Todd has been hanging around very quietly in the background, and he's probably getting hungry if he's not been eating quietly. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Oh, I had a big old meal right before we started.
Nice.
Prepped myself.
So for me, I wound up getting off work, and then, like I said, I stopped and grabbed Kat some flowers for her graduation and all of those things. And so, yeah, I've yet to eat. I'm going to eat the other half of that ultimate pepperoni pizza, and so I might be creating some new sounds, and sounds that go something like.
Todd,
Todd, you're amazing.
That is his fart from last night. We had to isolate it, make it a soundboard.
So, this is gonna slay me. It's gonna slay me for all.
Oh, no, Ken, I did not. No, I did not tonight.
That's a depending on where you ask that question, it is a loaded question. Ian, if you haven't watched, just go back to the very beginning of the stream, and it was me dying for the first few minutes because he unloaded. Was epic.
I played it during the intro.
Yeah. Just I have shared that way too many times, and the fact that now I have an on demand. Can you send me that MP3? By the way?
Of course.
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna go on my phone, and
he's ready. Looks like he got suntanned by wearing a baseball cap.
It's seen at a glance. I'm afraid of bands. I go off on brands and I shoot.
Oh, poor Jordan.
I'm crying. Oh my god. High quality content as always, folks. That's what we're here for.
Always. That's what we're here for.
It says he'll use that as a text notification for Tony. Oh. Oh god. All right. Well, I think it's time. I wish that the 3D printer had arrived today. UPS apparently had my address and got it wrong. It is what it is. So the 3D printer should arrive tomorrow. I will probably, being that I'm streaming on Saturdays, so I'm going to stream on Saturday if you guys weren't here earlier for that announcement. My birthday is on Sunday, so I'm going to do a birthday stream on Saturday. I don't know what I actually am planning on doing or building or anything other than, just throwing a link up on the screen and probably just doing more of this because this is the best part. I really do enjoy just sitting and chatting with you guys and building things. I did get a little bit done today. I created one JST connector for the Enterprise, and that's about it. But I'll be streaming on Saturday. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. Probably 11 o'clock my time, so that'll be 2 o'clock Eastern. I'll plan on going for just like an hour or two, couple hours. I don't want to run anywhere into Andrew's stream. It was a little weird. I was like, what day can I do it? Like the only day that I really could stream is going to be Saturday this week. So I'm going to just hop on for a couple hours. It's likely that I'll wait to unbox the printer then. I'll just say that. Printer arrives. We're going to unbox the printer on Saturday. And otherwise, yeah, I'll be tomorrow. The Enterprise D video is going to be coming out. We're going to be covering stages 45 and 46. Sweet. Yep. No, I just want to make sure that we're not crossing streams at all.
Oh, wow.
What? That was good.
The yellow liquid swords? What? I don't know what's going on. I can tell you this much. I'm not getting up at 11 o'clock on Saturday, so you're on your own for that one.
Totally fine. Like, once again, I'll be streaming this for a couple of hours. And, Todd, I just want to say to you, thank you, as always, for, producing. So Todd does this on his own. I never really ask. Actually, I've never asked Todd to do this. It's something that he does out of the kindness of his heart. He'll do it for others as well. I know you produce occasionally for Buck. You're a huge champion and supporter of everybody in this group. So thank you, really, for all you do for me and for others. Thanks for hanging out for 4 hours with me and creating such glorious things as just
every time.
Oh, all right. I'll be back on Saturday. I will be streaming tomorrow with Hobby Time Modelers at the normal streaming time. Although I do have a couple of plans, so I might be just a minute or two late. I'm hoping to be back in time for that. And I'll be streaming on Saturday, and then birthday's on Sunday, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to be doing from there. But I love it, Ken. You raise my spirits as well. Cliche. Ian, that is my fart. Just so you know. Todd clipped it, MP3'd it, and now it's part of the soundboard. That is my fart stuck in between your words, my friend. I always stream in the basement sink. Oh, God. All right. So thank you, Todd, for everything. And thank you all for hanging out and watching for the last 4 hours. I know that there was a million things y'all could have done today. Let's see if I can get this done. I never get these right. I either get the intro or the outro wrong, and I'm going to be looking at myself on screen while I do this, so it's going to be very strange. So I just want to say thank you. I know that there was a million things y'all could have done today. Instead, you spent 4 hours with me watching me build a model, and that's not even true. I didn't build anything. So I think that's pretty damn cool. If you guys have any questions or comments, tips, tricks, please leave them down below. Like to support the channel, please like and subscribe. And my friends, until we see each other again, I hope you all have a wonderful evening in this beautiful world where we happen to be. And just remember, my friends, that 2 men can make a difference. Good night.